Let's get started. Hey there, everybody. Welcome back to another Strange Road Gym stream. Try to do this whenever I can, if I can. So today we're going to be getting back into Satisfactory again. This is part 9. I've been doing like multiple parts in these, like I do like part A, B, and C or something like that, in these parts. I last time I didn't stream for very long, maybe about 3 hours total. Um, but um, we got we were pretty close to the end of phase 2. And what I said on that was that I would go ahead and um, stay in game and make sure that I would um, get phase 2 done. Now I did a couple small changes here and there, like I removed conveyor belts to so that I wouldn't have like a large row of resources going to the uh, space elevator, you know, uh, later on, you know, like, you know, just cut it off so I wouldn't have to worry about like, additional resources, going there. But, as you can see, I made sure that, we were all kind of loaded up. So, I even, we were saving some of the frameworks, and I just took a whole bunch of them and threw them into the line so that, it would handle the space elevator. So everything is all ready to go. So let's go ahead and proceed on with our phase 2. All locked in.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations, the Phase 2 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed.
Okay.
After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will become available in the hub. These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent.
Okay, thank you.
Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. Just remember to focus on producing and delivering the project parts, and Fixit's faith in you will be strengthened.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get that sent off. There you go.
Phase 2 of Project Assembly completed. You have been performing more adequately under pressure and are closer than ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell.
Thank you.
You will now enter Phase 3 of Project Assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fixit.
Of course. Just watching this get constructed. Okay. Looks like we are ready to go. And obviously, that's coming on back down so that I can receive more resources. Okay, so it looks as though, we're going to be needing to get some more frameworks in there, but 2,500 is a lot. Whew. Yeah. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and put uh, the rail line back in so that it can continue sending frameworks um, to the space elevator. Modular engine is going to be interesting. Now I've seen motors, so I would imagine that this is like a something that stems from that. But I have no idea what the adaptive control unit is all about, so that's going to be um, interesting to see. So, so I guess let's go ahead and get our line back in. Not too long, huh? Okay. And there we go. And we'll start getting the now the one of the things that I did mention though was the fact that my production down in this particular area, you know, around here was really poor, and I should try to work on getting that um, fixed up so that I can um, maybe do a little bit more there, um, but for right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get this over there so that we can keep on getting the frames that are being built here to continue. So, and it looks as though, okay, we're still constructing the frames. So, I mean, it's again not great, but you know, it will at least continue the process. Slow, but for right now, it will have to it'll have to do. Um, so now that we're in phase 3, or starting to work on phase 3 anyway, we can check out the new milestones and see what we can work with. Tier 5 and Tier 6. So let's see. Yeah, motors. Motor is definitely one. Modular frames we've been working on. Plastic, obviously, is probably going to require oil. And there's that adaptive control unit, as well as the modular engine. Okay, so this one is going to be kind of a high priority, but obviously we need to be able to make plastic in order to even start this. So let's see, jetpack. Okay, we're going to need to start um, looking at potentially, doing motor construction. I mean, my cable and iron plates should be fine. Okay, yeah, there it is. Oil processing. So, not too surprised on that, but there's a lot of objects in here that gets made. Oil extractor, okay, and then into a refinery. So, okay. Logistics Mark IV. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily tell you, you know, what the resource is for making these, or at least it doesn't look like, you know, it tells you the cost here, which, again, rubber, gonna need oil processing before I even start this process, so I wonder if you can actually get soft locked on this. Hmm. I'll need to I'll need to check that. I'll check it out on my other profile though. Whether or not I can, you know, if I accidentally like selected this milestone, which requires rubber, but clearly I need to get oil processing going in order to even start the process of getting rubber or making rubber. So, I mean, unless I go out and try to find rubber out there in the wild, but yeah, that would be quite a bit of a undertaking in order to try to do that. So, um, packaged water, packaged oil, packaged fuel, liquid biofuel. Huh. Okay. Petroleum power. Okay. I mean, I already have cadmium ore as a scalable resource, so this is a bit odd that it's showing up here, but um, maybe they did it this way just in case you're like in a zone that really didn't have like cadmium too much nearby. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. And fuel powered generator. Okay. I don't know. Like, are we talking about? Or I'm kind of curious as to how much power we're generating from here. But all right, well, first things first, we need to get that going. Um, so let's go ahead. I don't have any motors, or if I do, it's like a couple here and there. Like I don't think I have like a ton of them. Yeah. So, let's see. I mean, I guess we can just go ahead and throw everything else in. It's not like, um, it's not like I can't, put them in early. Okay, got some extra sulfur here. Got some extra silica. Throw that in there for right now. Put the ingots in. We have some extra coal there for some reason. Alright. Then let's see. I'll throw these in here. Those in there. Okay, we have some extra limestone for some reason. let's go ahead and throw our put our wood in here, and then we'll put our leaves in here. There we go. And let's see. We have, oh, grab an extra stack just in case. Go ahead and throw these back in here. There we go. All done. Let's see. Okay, let's head back to our coal manufacturing. I'm gonna get some encased and some steel pipes. All right. Put that in there for right now. Okay, grab that. I need basically about 500 of them, so might as well just grab grab 600 of it so that I can, just kind of use it for later production. Right, and we have the automated wiring. Okay, now, what do I need to... Okay, so I need rotors and the strators to make a motor. I don't think I'm, clearly I'm making the strators up here with the pipes and the copper wire there. But I don't think I'm started making any rotors up here. At least, not from our not from our single iron resource node that we have over yonder. So I might need to look into maybe, accessing the nodes that are up there and trying to bring them down to maybe start doing a little bit more in terms of motor construction, or send the strators up there, because let's see what was, Yeah, I need steel pipes in order to even steel pipes and wire even to consider um, making like another stratter location. And the sure, we got iron, but you know we don't have any coal up there, and I don't know if we have any copper either. So then again, maybe not. Maybe we do have some potential up there. Hmm. Because we got all these that we can kind of work with a bit. And if we got like some coal and some copper around here, then maybe I can try to work another factory zone up here a little bit. Hmm. Something to consider for the motor. Okay. I do feel like I should try to uh, rework everything a little bit more because I feel like I'm not producing what I need to, fast enough to really get, you know, what I need done. So, um, okay. First off, let's go ahead and deposit, what I have in my inventory, the pipes and all that, so I don't necessarily need to worry about them anymore. Get it out of my inventory and out of my mind so that I don't need to stress about it any further. Um, then I need to try to figure out how to do and work on getting those motors done. And I need to go that way to get back to the hub. There we go. Okay. That's done. And that's done. Okay. So now we come to trying to figure out how to get the motors done. And I think my stratters that I'm making right at this moment in time to make the motors are only being made over by the coal. I don't think I'm producing any others anywhere else at this time. I I don't think I mean, I'm shipping some resources across the map. Um, you know, like for example, these steel beams, for example. Um, and to be honest, I really should store these because that's getting a little ridiculous. Um, let's see. Ooh, I don't have any beams on me. Hold on. Oh, let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. For a second there, I'm like going, am I miscounting? I probably was. Alright. So now we're going to do splitter. Move all that in there. Then we'll do a quick merger. I guess I'll have to move it all the way down here. And then do that. And then we'll just basically have them flow into the storage unit just to kind of get them off the conveyor belts at the very least. All right. So now, I do need to swap these out for the Mark IIIs. You know, I get that. But I do need to kind of have a large supply of the steel beams in order to do so. So, you know, maybe the storage here will kind of help me out with that. Because as you can see, it's still going. um, but you know, again, I need to fix, you know, what's down here a bit. But as I'm looking around, I'm not really seeing any place where I'm like putting any of the, you know, here's some rotors being made, but no striders, you know, being constructed right at this moment in time. So, okay. So I need to kind of reorganize and redo this a little bit better than what I'm currently doing. So, which means I need to kind of reset this area, but at the same time, if I start like tearing apart this place with all of its wires connected and the like, I believe I'm going to shut down production. That's up there, as well as my copper plant that I'm doing there as well. So don't necessarily want to do that right away, or don't necessarily want that to happen. So let us, you know, um, have a fail-safe wire connection. So yeah, let's see. Trying to see where I want to make a connection from. Do I want to do it from there or from over there? Probably from here, to be honest. So wire's too long. Ah, damn it. There we go. I set up those poles as kind of as references to the you know uh, to the connection out here, so might as well make use of them. We'll connect up with the factories that are over here, and that way we should have basically like a circle of connection, circle power connection, or at least we should. Power there. And then there we go. So it should be good in terms of making sure everything is powered properly without, the potential for, losing power. Yeah. You should be good. Okay. Now where do I stand over here? Okay. Okay, so we got ourselves the modular frames. Which, I mean, it'd probably be great if I could like ship them over to have them being, constructing the frameworks a little bit more, but we'll hold off on that for right now. What are we making over here? We're making some more reinforced iron plates. Gotcha. And I believe over here we're making some rotors, I think. Plates there. Oh no, we're making some more reinforced iron plates. Gotcha. Now I know that there's a. I know there's a copper node over there. Can't really remember. Did I make something over there? No. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so reinforced iron plates, reinforced iron plates. I mean, to be honest, with me kind of going into steel production right at this moment in time, I don't necessarily feel like I need to be working on reinforced iron plates anymore. I feel like that's kind of a unnecessary production, or at least potentially. Hmm. Because one of the things that, I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to change all of my Mark II um, conveyor belts to the Mark IIIs, and that's going to give me a lot of, with all that I've built up so far with the Mark II conveyor belts, I'm going to be taking back a lot of the, reinforced iron plates. So I might not necessarily need this much of a production of them anymore. Hmm, hard to say. Okay. Um, Alright. So it might mean that I might need to, start looking up into these hills here um, to do a little bit more in terms of motor production. Let's see. Kind of need to get rid of these, to be honest. Um, I also want to start, building up more on the industrial storage units instead of the storage containers that I have. Just so I can store more over time than what I'm already doing. Okay, I have a little bit of spare limestone. Let me turn this off here real quick so I can throw my limestone in here. Let's see. Let me grab a stack of the steel beams, and let's start changing over here a bit. That over there for right now. And let's see. I want to... Unfortunately, there's no... I kind of wish that there was like both an input and an output, like like an input there and an output there, and then do like an input here and then an output there kind of thing for these storage containers, just to, maybe it'd be kind of nice to be able to, um, you know, like I'd like to be able to put this belt here, like up here, just so I can get the, just so I can feed my leftover um, items into um, into the large container here, but alright. Basically, I'm gonna drain this of all the, you know, industrial beams, and then I'll break it down again. So. Let's see. See, I don't necessarily want to break it down because all the items would go in my inventory, and I don't want to have to manually throw everything into these storage containers if I don't have to. So, at least I'd rather not. There we go. get a little bit more organized here. Okay, and then put that in there. There we go. And then we can get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a slight problem here. I mean, even if I was to put this all the way around like that, I'd still need to kind of give myself, I would still need to have enough room to, put the other container like right here, but those are a little too large. Hmm. Okay. It doesn't look as though I can. Um, it's as though I can't put a conveyor pole on top of the storage containers, which is a little annoying. Um, let's see. Actually, let's see. Hold on a second there, folks. Got a knock at the door. Released. Yeah, knock on the door. Be right back. Okay. Just had the gentleman wanting to preach their religion. I don't know if this is going to work very well, or at least not sure if I'm going to be able to get what I want done, but let's see. No, it's not kind of what I want. Okay, well, apparently it's having a problem with that. Okay. Okay. First off, let's stop this for right now. Let's redo all this. Because I want to kind of reposition a lot of these things. Okay. Now we are going to instead of having the merger on over here, we're going to put the merger over here. Oh, but wait. But that's not necessarily going to be that great either, because I want to... I only need like one or two going over here. Or, you know, I don't need a ton going over here. No, I still kind of want the merger over here. Damn it. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try to reposition a lot of this here. And this is why I kind of wish that I could, like, take something that's already been built and, like, reposition it, you know. Um, No, I think I'm gonna keep with my initial design here that I had. Okay. And we had the merger here. And basically had a line all the way out here. And then we connected up there. And then we did the splitter here. Okay, actually, don't really need that anymore. Okay, now oh wait, what I could okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm being stupid. There we go. Okay. That's all cleared out. And we're good there. Okay. Now let's see. Alright. Let's get these back up and rolling because we can't really be wasting time on not making steel beams. Okay. Let's see. Now let's get those in there, and we'll turn that back on. Okay, now, let's see, what do I need to do in order to make... Yeah, I need an assembler in order to make the rotors necessary for the motor. But I only need to... Well, to be honest, I have the facilities over in the other area to be making rotors. Matter of fact, I think I'm already making them over there already. I just need to ship the striders over. So that's going to take a bit of work to do, but I mean, I already have a line there to kind of start doing that. Um, And to be honest, what I really need to do is I need to get this line to be a little bit better. Okay. Okay, let's see. That's all emptied out, so we can clear that. Kind of doing, kind of emptying those the hard way, but oh well. Now that, you know, I remembered I could do that. Oh well. Let's see. I guess I was using, or I was making some copper sheets over here at one point in time, but I switched it over to the copper wire so that I can work on like maybe the advanced wiring. So yeah, okay. Let's see. Now, clearly I don't have anything else in these storage containers. So we can break those down and, you know, put up, you know, the larger industrial storage. Not that I'm really expecting to be, you know, breaking down a lot of, you know, wood and leaves to really, you know, fill up the, um, you know, fill up those containers, but Alright. Okay. So we're gonna switch on over to getting Mark III's going. So we're gonna start switching these over here. So 5 there, and I'm gonna switch this over to 6 because there's gonna be a lot of the lifts that I'm gonna need to replace as well. But as you can see, that requires a lot of steel plates. So, I mean, I already have like two of them kind of making the steel beams, but obviously, clearly that's not going to be enough to handle all of my production needs, it feels like. So I'm going to need to kind of change things up here a little bit. I mean, it's not to say that, like, hey, I could probably bust this rock open and get myself another line of coal going. But I mean, I already have, one line of iron ore being used, and, you know, um, I feel like I'm gonna, ex, you know, uh, um, I'm not gonna have enough iron ore. Like, I'd be basically doubling up the coal, but not the iron ore in this particular case, if I make any additional refineries here to make steel. If you understand what I'm saying, like I should have like another iron deposit to counter or to be able to handle the refinery needs there. So ah. Okay. Damn. This is a great area, but at the same time, it's still kind of lacking in some regards. Like I still feel like I need to you know um, like I need to ship in resources from other areas to really kind of make this a fantastic site. So, and that's why I'm like really kind of considering these iron nodes that are like right up there, but getting up to that point is going to be a pain in the ass. Um, and then bringing the resources back down as well is going to be a pain in the ass as well, unless I build up into the sky more. Like I start, you know, there's nothing stopping me from just building up. So, at least not to my knowledge. So, you know what? Let's see. Hmm. I want to try to make multiple levels, but I'm not quite sure. Hold on. Um, I need a rough estimate as to how tall I need to make these floors. Okay, about three high for just general construction here then. Probably even taller for the coal power plants over there though. So I might want to just, instead of having to worry about like, oh my gosh, I'm not gonna have, um, I'm gonna have to like, create like multiple levels or something like that to handle. Um, oh, damn it, I didn't really want to do that. Um, let's see. Still not tall enough. I don't think that's even tall enough. Ooh. I think I need like one more just to be safe. And then I can like put a floor plan down. So how many of that is? How tall is that? That's quite a bit. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 high. Okay. Hmm. I can probably put like multiple floors together before I even get to the height necessary for the to clear um, the coal power plants. So okay. Hmm. I'm not gonna have any problem with collision or anything like that, am I? No. Okay. I was about to say I might. Okay. Let us make kind of like a staircase kind of thing. like multi-storied or multi-level path up here. And if necessary, I'll just be using each of these floors to kind of do what I want to do then. You know. Let's see. Oh, shit. I think I'm built for. I built for, didn't I? Yep, I did. Don't need you. I'll just keep on building up. Now, I definitely don't want to fall from this height, or I'm gonna have a rough landing. I'd say probably a good another 2 levels, and I should be good to go to try to start taking some of the ore from up there and bring it down. I'm just running out of cement. I mean, I got plenty back at the main base, so it's not like uh, I'm gonna run out anytime soon. So, but that should be right about the right height for uh, at least trying to get some of the resources over there. Now, yeah, we have a ladder, but I don't think I grabbed anything else from the ticket machine. Oh, and I still need to build up this, um, which I don't think I made yet. Not that I really know, what this might be super useful for, but um, maybe we can like try to put it together just to see if there's like some way that I can kind of use this somehow that might make things a little bit better. I don't know. Um, But one thing's for sure, I need to get myself an elevator. Alright. Um, yeah, see, this barely clears the top of those for that, but obviously it does not clear the smokestacks. So that's why I'm like, Okay. Grab some of those. And the pipes are still being sent out. So we'll leave those at that. Okay. We need some lots and lots of cement. I also need to get some tickets so that I can um, get purchase the elevator from the Snap. Let's go that direction. All right. Now, obviously, I've been kind of feeding this, raw copper ore, which isn't really that useful. It's not generating a whole lot of points. It's, 3 points per. So, we're not, you know, we're not getting a whole lot of points out of this. But, what I could do is, like maybe set up an area where I'm just making products just for the ticket machine. So, or at least I could do that. Let's see. Did I have any spare? I do have some spare tickets. Okay, so total 8 tickets right at this moment in time. Let's see. Where was the elevator again? There it is. Oh, I need a total of 10 tickets altogether. Not enough. Gotcha. Okay. The catwalks might be helpful for like, getting close to um, the coal power plants. Whatever. Well, clearly I don't have enough tickets overall to get the elevator right at this moment in time. So what I think well, okay. There's a lot of things that I need to do. Let's see. We need to make one of those. I should probably make another sink somewhere to take resources and convert them um, into tickets. Where? Not sure. I mean, there is the copper node, um, you know, over there that's close by that I'm not really using right at this moment in time, um, that I can kind of make use of. Um, could probably use that. I don't think that it's really going to be. I don't think there's really anything else over there other than the iron ore and the limestone there that this can really make good use out of. At least not right at this moment in time. Um, so I can like maybe make a sink over there. Um, so if that's the case, then I'm probably gonna want to do, another miner to handle that. I would need 3 smelters and let's see, the 1 constructor for the copper wire, 2 for the cable, and then another, I believe, for the copper sheet. I think that's all I really need in that regard, at least for the copper area over there. Um, let's see. Yeah, I think that's gonna have to be for right now. Now let's go. Clearly, I need a lot of concrete, so let's go grab a couple stacks. It's a little weird. I would figure that I would be like maxed out over here because I don't think I've really been doing much here. Oh, this is a Mark 1 beltway. And that's one problem. And this is a Mark 1 miner. That's another problem. Okay. Well, not surprising. Not surprising that it's not maxed out yet. Okay, well, okay. Clearly, I need to do a lot of um, rebuilds on this. So, um, let's see. Hold on. Let's grab some more of these. Because I know, well, I mean, if I'm going to be doing a lot of foundation construction and stuff like that, I'm going to be needing them. I want to kind of get rid of these frameworks that are on my personal at this point. So let's go back over here. And I'll just put them right in there so they can be divvied up both, going towards the space elevator and into storage. So, clearly that's not enough to handle, everything that I need to do. Obviously, that wasn't enough there, but Okay. We need to fix this area up too. And we're looking at 3 Mark 1 miners. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So I need 4 portable miners for all the Mark 1 miners that I need, and 2 more if I'm going to be building up the copper area over there. So let us make our 6 portable miners. Let me build up that over there, get the tickets going because I do want to get that elevator um, set up, you know, um, I want to get enough coupons so I can get that elevator going. And, be able to produce more tickets overall. Now, I don't know like what product generates the most amount of what generates the most amount of points. Like, I don't think there's really anything here that shows um, what product here generates the most amount of points, or at least um, I haven't seen anything along those lines. Um, like maybe this kind of gives a little bit more of a better understanding of it. Like, maybe the rotors will give the motors themselves are give more points than say like modular frames. Like if I did like modular frames, maybe you know I'd be getting a lot of points. Um, but if I'm doing like but wait, I don't see any. Oh no, there's the cover sheets. So like if I do just like a collection doing wires, cables, and sheets, for example, for that one copper node over there, then I probably you know wouldn't necessarily get a lot of points overall for it, but whatever. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. Um, because if it's working over there, it's generating points for me while I'm busy working on other things. So let's go ahead and get that kind of set up. Um, I don't think I have any easy way of getting over there. Um, okay, wait. First thing that I do want to do though is let's get this um, like set up here.
Once you have built a satisfactory blueprint, interact with the Blueprint Designer terminal to save it. It will then be available in the Blueprints tab of your build menu. Blueprints can always be edited to correct mistakes or optimize. If you find yourself struggling to work within the set size restrictions, remember that this is a you problem, and efficiency can always be improved.
I thought. Oh, I guess I don't necessarily need to worry about power for this. Interesting. Hey there, Bob. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. You love some Satisfactory? Nice. Trying to learn as I go. Let's see. Okay, so clearly I can, make a blueprint. Like it prints out a blueprint, and then I can store said blueprint afterwards. Um, but hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh, not very long at all there, Bob. This is like my ninth session overall. Like barely, I think I've just barely put in like 50 hours into it. So not very long at all right at this moment in time. So, yeah, I want to discard the changes. Hmm. Okay, so let's just do just a quick testing. Blueprint designer. Add category. Um, testing. That'll be fine. That one. Oh, okay. I guess I need a subcategory. Interesting. Okay. How does this work? Okay. Okay. Uh, Affairs have around 14 hours in it and really played with my mate for a bit. Yeah. Yeah, so right now, as you know, for this video, as you can kind of see, I've gone into the phase 3, so I'm still I'm working on that part of it. But right now, I don't have any of the motors, or I don't really have any kind of construction going on for motors yet. So I need to kind of work on trying to get that set up before I can get into the oil processing. Um, so clearly, what I'm doing right now might be a little bit of a spoiler for you, maybe. Um, Unless, of course, you've already been kind of like watching all the other, people play Satisfactory, and you're like, oh yeah, no, no, this is nothing new. So, um, hmm. So okay. Those are using resources. I was kind of hoping that this designer would, in a sense, be just kind of using like holograms to, like, I don't necessarily like need to use resources, but it doesn't look like it really works that way, which is kind of bad because um like for example, like, hey, I want to do something that's kind of associated with like the miner or something like that. Like, hey, I want to set up the miner in such a fashion and then like build off of it, but I can't do that. Like, it needs a resource node for it to be built. And it's like, well, I would love to be able to kind of try to build some form of, styled blueprint around a miner, but it doesn't look like that's possible in here. Or at least, you know, like I don't see any function here where I can kind of do something like holographic. Like, give me the option of doing just holograms or holographics, you know, instead of me like building something directly on here, you know. Like I don't see any way where I can um like it looks as though I'm having to use resources in order to construct something in this particular zone, and that's okay. That's, I mean, not ideal, not something that I'd really be super happy with per se, because you know I'm I don't necessarily, I mean, and, I don't know. When I'm designing something, I don't necessarily want to be using actual resources in order to design something. I want to be able to kind of put it down on paper, put it down on scratch paper or something like that. I don't necessarily want to be using real resources to construct something just to save it in my blueprint. You know, I mean, I can always deconstruct it without any loss, but still, it's like, you know, if I want to design something, I want to be able to design it without having the need to have the resources, on my person, in order to design something from here. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. You know, like, for example, like, hey, if you've done any kind of, um, like, if you've done seen any kind of like construction jobs, right? Um, they don't start like going, hmm, I don't know what I don't know if I like the style of this building. Let me go ahead and um, tear down the foundation, tear down the walls, and re-pour the concrete and all that. No, 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 no. They don't do that. They use, like CAD, for example, to, design the style and the look of like the building, the parking lots, the floor structure and stuff like that. It's like, ah, oh well. Okay, sounds good there, Bob. You have yourself a good one. Catch you next time. Um, alright, but yeah, it's, I'm not. I feel like this designer could be done a little bit better, in my opinion, than in some way. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's, I don't know. Okay, well, I wasted enough time on this, so let's go and take care of our um, copper node. Let's see. Let's get some foundations over here. Let's see. Hi there, guy. Okay. Clear out this node. Okay. And then let's see. I want to put a little bit of foundation up, so I don't necessarily need to worry about and have it kind of go across the gap a little bit. So, um, put it all the way across the gap. Thankfully, I can put 10 down before it stops. There we go. And now, let's see. Yeah, that gives me a Mark II. Oh. Slightly off angle right at the moment. Let's see. Actually, hold on. It's not lining up nicely. It doesn't. Maybe it is lined up there. I don't know. It doesn't seem that way. Alright. Let's see. Need to put it down, not up, please. There we go. It still feels a little janky. Alright. Let's see. And there. Well, that's much too close. Okay. Okay, let's see. So that's the original position. I'm gonna need to do like one. Oh hell, let me just put it like right there. You guys, I have a funny feeling that it's still gonna kind of give me some headaches. Um, oh damn it! Hey, come on, get up there. There we go. And automatically it switches over to the other direction. There we go. There we go. Let's see. Okay. I think they're all pretty much at the right height. splitter there. And then Mark 3. Alright, now let's see, hold on. I feel like well, one of these could, potentially just like I almost feel like I can probably get a little bit more in terms of overall construction here. So, like, sure, one miner can feed into 3 smelters, but I mean, the way these smelters can produce, um, um, they can, um, they're not, you know, like the amount of iron ingots they make is a lot more than what the constructors can typically handle from what I've seen anyway. Like there's typically a delay in the time that it takes for the constructor to make something versus how long it takes for the smelter to make like the next um, ingot. So especially with Mark II, supplying all the ore into the smelters. So what I think I'm probably going to try to do is let's see about we're going to kind of change things up here a little bit, which is going to be a little bit more of a redesign. Because what I'm going to need to do, like, sure, I might have 3 smelters here, right? But what I'm going to need to do is have, um, you know, like, um, here, let me try to put it down, like, I'm going to need to have, like, 3 constructors per smelter. You get what I'm saying? Which, that is a lot of, that's a lot right there. So, let's see. So if I'm doing that, then I'm gonna need basically about 6 more that way. 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, there's 6. And that would mean that I would need a smelter, you know, here, here, and there, basically, to handle everything, which means my miner here is not going to be able to kind of, it's not necessarily pointing in the right direction, in my opinion, now that I look at it. And I need to kind of have it kind of facing this direction, just so that I can try to get the okay, what am I saying? I need to reposition these ramps. Because clearly it's getting in the way of the of the lift. Okay. And then okay. I'm gonna try it this way. Then we want to do a splitter. No, not that one. Okay. Okay, now I need the right height. I think that's about right. And then that goes into all right, and then do the copper. So the copper in there already. Okay. And then let's see. I mean, if we're doing 3 sets, we can just have each one of the you know, each smelter just kind of doing their own process there. So So, I mean, this is going to take up a lot of power too, but I mean, if I can get all of them going into a single sync, that should be generating a lot of, um, should generate a lot of resource. It should generate a lot of coupons. So, but clearly I've already done 2 hours. Um, this is obviously beginning of the process over here to kind of get this node up and running. So, we'll continue working here to kind of get this all set up, and then uh, you know, uh, in the next video that's going to be coming up, obviously I finish off this part, and I'll probably work on, getting, the, down there taken care of. Um, I keep on wanting to take care of everything down there, but I still have to worry about getting the motors done that's over there. Ah, too much to do. Okay. Um, I mean, I do want to get oil production up and running because clearly that's what I need to do in order to get all the other parts, um, of all the other milestones up and running. But at the same time, I don't necessarily, there's clearly a lot of things that I'm having problems with, and I need to get those fixed before I really um, start worrying about like um, adding more headaches. So, but that's going to be it for this particular video. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording here pretty soon. Like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the description for multiple links. Check out my other playlists, my Patreon, donation link, whatever. That's all down in the description. Um, but yeah, so that's going to be it for this part A of this particular set of videos. So stay tuned for part B. So going to stop the recording now. And we're going to start up a brand new recording. That's going to be basically part B of our journey here right at this moment in time. So clearly, I've been, oh wait, working towards getting um, everything put together. This is facing the wrong direction. I don't know why it reverses like that all the time. Like every single time that I want to, I want to build in a certain direction, it reverses after a time, going in a different direction. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. Oh well, but I still need to get myself a whole bunch of cable. So let's go back and grab some more, so that I can, finish off what we're making over there. Because clearly I only have about 36 cable left. If you're watching this video for the first, if you missed part A, then I tried building up the blueprint area, but I'm not quite sure really what to do with it right at this moment in time. it doesn't necessarily allow for me to basically make something just out of blueprints alone. It seems like I have to use resources in order to kind of build something inside of it to save the blueprint, and it's like that's not how designers works. Like if you talk about anything like CAD or like any kind of like UML and programming, you don't make the code. It kind of defeats the purpose. Even though it's like, sure, I get to reuse it multiple times, but you know, if I'm trying to design something, I don't necessarily use resources to design it. So I don't know. I'm I'll have to like come back to that at a later time. So uh, okay, so we got ourselves a bunch of cable now. Um, it should be fine in terms of concrete. Um, I'm running a little low on the steel beams. Let me check down. Actually, let me check. Not back at the coal mine, but you know, down there because I think I do have a storage area for the steel beams down there. So I'm just gonna go down there and grab some. Kind of wish that. Uh, Need to find some way of like maybe reworking those routes a bit. Maybe I can do the um yeah, see these I've been stacking up some steel beams in here, so clearly not a lot, all things considered, but at the rate that, this is making the frameworks, you know, I'm stacking up quite a bit. So, all right. Um, See, this is the area that I need to kind of rework because clearly um, you know, I'm not building enough resources down here to really kind of make what I want to make, you know, efficient. So I can't change directions here. I need to like get um, I'll go this way. Um, Wee. All right. Let's see. Hmm. I should probably put a small gap in between these, but then it wouldn't necessarily line up nicely. Oh well. Oh wait, I'm doing it again. It's backwards. That way. Alright, there's that. And then we want a smelter there. And we want a smelter there. You know, that's quite a distance for this, but I mean, is it 2 notches or 3? I think it was 2 notches. Okay. Now this is going to be a little interesting. So we're going to do that. And then let me take from this side, take it all the way over there. Okay. Then that. There we go. And then we do that. That one facing that direction. That one facing this direction. No. Okay. Splitter there. What? What is going on here? Oh, was it moved? Oh, okay. I guess I moved it so close that these automatically like merged together or something like that, I guess. Don't need it that close. There we go. And then there's that. Then we can put that over here again. we go. There we go. Okay, now. Wait, what the hell? That's weird. Okay, I hope that worked. Sometimes I swear that if you build the if you build like the these um, conveyor lifts too close to each other, and then you try to put like the splitter too close, like they don't connect, so you still need to throw the conveyor belts into it, but it doesn't necessarily line up very well in that regard either. So it's like, I don't know. Okay. So now, obviously, these three here is just going to be doing the wires. Um, and the next set that I want to do is for cables, which, obviously I need to, get the wires situated here first. And then the last three here, it's just going to be the cover sheets. So, okay. Now I need 3 more constructors, which I need to be placing there, there, there. And these will be doing the cable. So all right. Now, I don't necessarily want to be jumping over everything, or trying to deal with um, Well, I mean, I'm still gonna kind of be dealing with just the lineup of constructors as it is anyway, but what I'd like to do is kind of put them all um, kind of up in the air a little bit, so I don't necessarily need to worry about um, let's see, we're going to do a merger here and have it face that way. Put that in there, put that in there. And then I do want to have, you know, the um, I do want to have some storage of what I got going, or be able to kind of store some extra supplies if I need to, or just to have on hand. Okay. Um, Now here's the thing: if I start feeding all this into the coupon, I'm not gonna get um, I'm not gonna get a um, I'm not gonna have a supply. I'm not gonna have like some leftovers or anything along those lines. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna to put a splitter on here, so that I can send all the resources that I'm going to be generating, all the copper plating that I'm making here, I'm going to split off, into, the storage container and the coupon. So I'm going to have at least a little bit going into each of the containers. And the same goes for pretty much all these. I'm going to basically do the exact same thing. So okay, and then storage container here. There's that, and then splitter. Okay. Okay. Then place this there. Splitter. Okay, and then now I don't know if like if I put like um um like if I put multiple sinks down, will it connect to the same network? So therefore, um, you know, uh, I'll be, I can basically print the coupons anywhere, or will it, um, am I going to have to go to each of the different sinks just to get the coupons from each of them? That would seem quite problematic, but at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised if that was going to be the case. So, okay, so we're going to do a merger there. And then grab that, put that over there, take that, put that there, and then put that and take it from over there. Okay, so now we need power. Everything looks to be pretty much in order. I think all the products are set up. Like I have everything kind of set to take care of everything. So I just need to get power line out here so that I can start production. Okay. Let's see. This is going to be a little bit of work here because I need to make sure that I have enough power lines to kind of handle all of what I'm going to be making. So let's see. So first thing that I want to do is get that line there to kind of power up that, get that up and running. Then we're going to use, we're going to have that power up this and this one. Then we're going to have this power up that and that. I have this one powering up this and that. Then we're going to use this one to power up this and that. This one will power this and that one. And then this one will be powering up this guy and that one. So that should be all the smelters and the front constructors. And we're going to bring a pole line over here. And then I'll bring another one over here so that I can get these three up and running. There we go. And then we're going to use this line here. Just in case, I'm going to go ahead and put a line there, and then we'll just start powering that up. Okay, so it looks like we got wires going. Okay. Got an ingot there. Got an ingot there. Got an ingot there. Okay, so all three of those are working properly. Oh, wait. Did I not set up the smelters over here to handle copper ingots? I did not. There we go. Okay. Looks like everything is kind of running in order now. Or everything looks to be running the way I want it to run. Okay. Now, we're not necessarily getting a lot of resources at first going in there. You know, as you can see, you know, just only like a trickle or kind of going into the, you know, into the sink, right? But here's the thing. Right now, everything's kind of filling up the containers, and that's going to take a while to fill them all up, right? So, but once they're maxed, and all the resources that, you know, would normally, you know, all the extra resources that are being put into storage, that's all going to filter into the sink, which means, you know, every single last product that is being made, you know, all the wires, all the cables, all the sheets, that's all going to filter down into the sink at some point. So, you know, not right now, but, you know, it's still, you know, it still will eventually do that. So I'm not going to be getting a lot of coupons right at this particular um, point in time, but, you know, um, hmm. Okay, so it looks as though the I'm trying to see if I can get up a little higher. Okay. Um, okay, here we go. So, clearly the miner here is making, more, yeah, or, producing more ore than what the smelters can process, right? As you can see, it's the ore is getting backed up from getting into the smelters to, um, so technically I could probably do like about maybe 4 smelters overall, you know, for a single miner to kind of handle the amount of ore necessary. Because as you can see, the ore is, now kind of finally getting backed up. So it's going to start kind of stacking inside the miner itself, right? So, um, so it looks as though like a miner 2 could potentially, you know, stockpile like about 4 different smelters. Um, and each of these smelters should be at 100% for each and well, every last one of them. 100%, 100%, and 100%. So we're good there. Now, here's the thing though. Um, the amount of iron ingots that are being produced right at this moment in time, though, yeah, I don't think I'm seeing a lot of, um, you know, high 100% in terms of the constructors. Um, so, um, so the smelters themselves are still a little behind in that regard. Wires are a little behind. I can see, 65%, well, 67%, but still. Um, yeah, so, clearly you know, we're at 2/3 proficiency, basically, in terms of the overall wires, um, which, um, if we look at the cables, we're at 1/3 proficiency. So we're not doing so hot in that regard. So um, so I kind of put a little bit of blame on the smelter not being able to generate enough copper ingots fast enough, to handle the 3 constructors that I'm doing right at this moment in time, or at least making them efficient enough to handle the 3 constructors. Um, so at this rate, it seems as though we're looking more at each smelter can handle about 2 constructors well. Um, so so that's interesting. Um, but hey, we got everything kind of up and running here. Next course of action that I want to do is let's get those motors going. I've wasted too much time trying to get the copper running. Um, I want to get Let's see. There's still a lot of space here for potential for more or different construction up here. But we'll hold off on that for now. So. All right. Okay, now let's get rid of these leaves and wood from my inventory. It would probably be a good idea if I can like rearrange this so that I can get the you know, so that I can have the solid biofuel going into a storage container. Because I mean, clearly I have a lot of, you know, uh, you know, I have a lot of the regular biomass to be converted into it. And, you know, I could throw those into like an, you know, proper container, but but then again, I guess it doesn't really matter all that much. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna need a lot of concrete. Go and grab some more concrete. I'm gonna need some more steel beams. I need to get these motors going. So as much as I'd like to, you know, work on getting this all fixed up, you know, this is not an area that I can use right at this moment in time to make the motors, at least not yet. Like everything here needs an overhaul. I'm going too slow on this, so. Let's just grab a whole bunch of concrete. That'll be fine for right now. All right. Here we go. Yeah, there's some research that I need to take care of, but I think one of the requirements that, a lot of the, you know, uh, research that I need, um, requires the ore processing or the oil processing. So that's why I'm kind of um, a little gung ho about that. So, okay, we're all done there. All right. Okay. Um, I look at that and go, oh boy, what am I doing? Let's just grab a whole bunch of steel beams so that I can do um, the Mark III. Let us go all the way up so that I can get to the level where the, you know, try to get to those iron nodes, which I think is pretty much like right here. At least I believe. Alright, let's go ahead and grab out our chainsaw. Let's clear some area around here a little bit. Hey there, Cameron. How you doing? I'll go ahead and clear out some... I don't know, like, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to be doing up here, in terms of, like, how I want to get the, um, all the lines kind of, you know, um, sent down there so that I can get the motor running, but again, I'm not quite sure, how I want to kind of get everything kind of set up here. Oh, I'm on single mode. I want area mode. Get some of the... Or no, that was area mode, I guess. Yeah, okay. It just didn't look like I was collecting some of the leaves that were right next door to them. That's a bit weird. Whatever. Okay. Let's see. Oh, is it still one level up? It might be still one level up. Let's see. Yep, okay. Damn it. I did not judge this properly. You still got a little bit of ways to go. Oops. Bastard. Almost got me. Almost it came out of nowhere. Okay. Okay, so I still got a little bit of ways to go. Okay. So let's head back down. Clearly I was kind of hoping that it was on the level that I was looking at, but clearly not. So let's head on back down. We'll get back on our area here, and we'll keep on building up. Now this is still, like, it's still nice to have to kind of be able to kind of get up to this particular area, although, I'm still going to be making a line up there anyway, so, I don't know if, how much I might consider it a waste or whatnot, but whatever. So let's see. Where's... Right, okay. So I want to do some ramp lines up here. And clearly that's not the height on which, I want for the, for that level up there, so. So we'll need to do a little bit more here. And there we go. that. Hmm. I don't. I'm debating whether or not I want to. Do I want to take up one more level? Because it doesn't look like I'm, clearly I'm not at the right height for to get up to the iron node itself, but no, I think I need to go up like one more set. There we go. Yeah. That'll be enough to get, over there. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Don't think we have any. Oh, How do I want to go about doing this? I wonder how far down the um, does do these conveyor lifts go? I wonder. It's not really allowing me to put this. It's not really allowing me to kind of place these slightly out from the foundations. Like, what I'd like to try to do is like maybe put this like well, here, kind of put it like straight down here in this little corner area, just so I can like take it all the way down, but it feels like it's intentionally trying to, stay somewhat close to the foundation so that it can, um, like, I want it to, I want it on the edge, um, just a little further out, but it's not necessarily giving me that possibility. Hmm. It feels like I'm gonna need to, it's gonna like clip into the foundations, and I don't necessarily want to do that. Hmm. Now let's see. If I'm not now I know that there's some like conveyor belt lines that can be like attached to walls. I wonder if there's like a conveyor lift, something that can kind of go through floors, but I don't know. I don't think I saw that in the ticket area. Hmm. Um, okay. Uh, Before I extend that line any further out into where the iron node is, I want to go back over there and start like cutting up some of the trees that are over there. Um, Basically clear a path for the eventual construction that's over there. So let's go back here real quick and head on up there and start chopping down some of the trees that are kind of going to be, in the way. All right, let's get to work. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Obviously, this will make a lot of, potential resources for the biomass burners down below. The ones that I have like, multiple sets of. Um, but again, don't necessarily want to be kind of relying on those as a main factor for the power source. You know, it's one of the reasons why I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what the oil production can kind of do in terms of like um, how much power it can kind of do, how much power it can generate. So, okay. Let's see. Put it out like so. And then extend it out here real quick. That might be a little too close. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of this set. There we go. Okay, now let us do a quick ramp. Oh, right there. For the time being. I forgot to get all the leaves that are here. Hold on, let me clear these out of the way. There we go. So I didn't have to necessarily look at them. There we go. This isn't necessarily angled properly. Let me re-angle it. There we go. Okay, now I want to make... Let's just build an entire floor up here. Just so I have enough room. There we go. And then... Let's see. I want to make... Let's see. I think the assembler is what I need in order to make... Well, I need to make the rotors. And I need to send them down to make the motors, so... Now that I think about it, maybe I could have been doing the steel rotors. Let me just stick with the regular rotors for right now. Which means, you know, I need to do, I believe, you know, 2 sets of screws, or, you know, 2 set of constructors that are going to be doing the screws and just 1 set for the iron rods. That should be enough to handle what we're doing over here. So I'm going to need to do about um, three smelters. So first off, we're going to do set that up, and then let's see. Okay, so put one right about there. One right about there. One right about there. And then do another set of 10 there. Okay. That should be the right about, well, I think I'm at a slightly higher height than what I need there. Let's see. Let's do one more up. Is that gonna be good? Or did I make it? No, that looks about right. Okay. That's good. Put the splitter there. Uh-oh. Ew, that's not angled very well. Damn. I might need to push back this a little bit because obviously this isn't gonna work. So we're gonna need to make a little bit of room on this. Okay. It's a little off center because of the, the placement of that. And I don't necessarily want it off center from the foundations themselves. So put it about 2 clicks away. That should give enough room to handle the necessary curve to get from here to there. There we go. So let's go ahead and fix the rest of the smelters. Make sure that they're kind of lined up nicely with the rest. There you go. No, no, no. Come on. Lock in with that, please. Have it face that way. And face that way. There we go. Now, you need that to connect to there. And that to connect to there. And we should be good on that front. Okay, next. Again, I don't know if I really want to, well, I don't know if I want to do like a major, um, I don't know if I want to do like, the copper node that I had earlier, right? That I made, so many constructors with. I don't know if I really want to do that with what we got here. I think I just want to get I think I just want to just kind of take care of um, well, I mean, I probably could do like multiple sets of constructors so that I can, use the iron ingots a little bit more, but again, I feel like the smelters aren't smelting fast enough to handle, you know, the amount of constructors that, I can, could potentially, bring out. So, okay. So what we're going to do, actually, hold on. Let me get that up in the air, that up in the air, and that up in the air. Then we'll do this one there, and that one there. And then we'll get that line all the way over here. Then we're going to do, let's see. Actually, hold on. Didn't really want to do that just yet. I want to create a merger here. I'll create a splitter there. And that should be good on that front. Let's see, am I gonna... Belt is too long. God damn it. Alright, well. There we go. Then we'll take this, put it there, take that, put it there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do another industrial box here. Because what I want to do is I want to take a little bit of the screws that are going to be produced and store them away. Now, clearly, I'm not taking all of them because, I'm only bringing it from the, from one of the constructors, not both. But, but that's fine. I'm not necessarily wanting to, I don't want to be taking up all the resources here, that are going to be used to make the rotors, for making the motor and causing myself some, some problems there. So, matter of fact, let's do the same over here. There we go. Okay, that should be fine. Okay. Let's see. This is going to be a kind of an interesting process here because I'm going to be kind of looking at, trying to get the power, back down to the ground level, and like I don't have any, it's going to be interesting to kind of put, the power source back down there from up here. It'll be interesting to see. So, but everything should be lined up fairly nicely now. Okay. And everything should be set up for production there. So now I just need to get the first off. Yeah, this are already set up for the rotor. So we just need to get the I want to see how far will this travel down. Okay. I'm not necessarily liking the idea that, you know, I'm bringing this line. Oh, it looks like that's about as far as it goes that way. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I kind of need to, you know, bring it further down. I'm a little afraid that it's going to be running into the coal plants there, but okay, looks like we are kind of pretty much good to go a little bit, sort of. Let me see, where's... I mean, that's not exactly ideal. But short of like putting the, um, putting the assembler, further towards um, the ramps, you know, isn't exactly ideal either. So, okay. Now let's see. Where did I put? Where's my rotors at again? That's not them. Okay, there's my rotors. And I got a line here. Okay. I need to create another assembler. Let's put it right there for right now. I'll take that and place it there. Then we'll take lift here and kind of extend it up here a little bit. This is going to be a little problematic in the sense of the distance here is going to be a bit off. But yeah, see, the conveyor belt is too long. So okay. So, this is going to be kind of interesting to see what will happen here. Odor. And then... let's see. Do that. Set up a splitter. Set up an industrial storage. Right about there. Now, I don't necessarily need the motor to go back to the main base yet. I just want to be able to get the, I just want to be able to kind of store things away a little bit. So now, in terms of power, is gonna look a little ugly, but until I can find like better resources or better ways of transferring power, especially, you know, through multiple levels. Alright, that's about as far as it can go. Oh no, I can go up here a little bit. And then you take that and link it up with that one. And now everything should be powered up. Let's see how things are going up there. Okay, I see movement. Okay. It looks like now iron rods are going to be the kind of the exception in this. And down goes. Now, obviously, that's going to be kind of a slow process because clearly I don't have enough iron rods being produced right at this moment in time to handle this a bit. See, my efficiency is going down as we speak. You know, and we're clearly not doing enough in terms of iron rods to get the amount that we need. I mean, there is another iron node around here, right there. So I could just have like just, you know, the iron node here just pumping out, you know, some extra rods just to kind of you know, pick up the process, pick up the pace. And if that's the case, then I'm going to switch the industrial storage here And then, let's see. Do I have enough in terms of the other node over here? Hold on. Yeah, I do. Okay. It's going to take a bit to kind of have a trouble over here a bit, but also I don't really like being so close to the edge here, so I'm going to do another refinery right there. I'm going to do another constructor right there. Let's see. Iron rods, iron ingots. Okay. And then we're going to do merger there. And then that line over there. That line to there. And then just so I can kind of make sure that I don't have it too much in the way, I'm going to have that one conveyor belt too long. Ow! Blast you. Just so close and yet so far. Alright. And up there. Okay, now I need there's that. There's that, and there's that. Okay, here's the iron ore coming on in. I'll make the iron ingots, which will then make the iron rods. That will get funneled down into there. And obviously, you know, this one over here is you know, supplying the storage, you know, with, you know, some spare iron rods. Not that I really need them per se, you know, or a storage for iron rods, but, you know, still gonna always put one together, you know, put one nearby production just in case. Like, if I ever need to, you know, grab like a set and filter it down or something like that, I can do so. So, okay, so that should be, you know, going pretty well, all things considered. Um, yeah, the iron ore there is getting slowly but surely filled up, so it will eventually get backed up all the way down to the miner down there. I don't know if the same goes for these guys. Now, we're we're not necessarily getting the build up there. Then again, maybe because I haven't necessarily looked at the one in the center here. Nope. Interesting. Okay. Um. Well, yeah, we're not producing nearly as much in terms of the iron ingots on here. So that's going to kind of slow down overall production in that regard. What I could probably do, seeing that I do, I did create a second. I could have this one dedicated to two and that one dedicated to these two over here. Um, but we'll hold off on that for right now. Um, I mean, it looks like we are pretty much good to go. Like, this is gonna eventually go all the way up to 100%. Or at least it should. I mean, I have enough resources that it should be 100% production now. So, interesting. Well, you know, it'll eventually get there. Okay. So now, those rotors are obviously traveling all the way down. Let's not slide. I don't, I haven't built this up enough to slide around here. Um, and to be honest, I don't know what I'm going to do with these extra floor levels, to be fair. Um, you know, not quite sure what I'm going to do with them, if anything. Like, I just don't know. Um, but, okay. So it looks like we have more rotors than we do strators. So, at least, we're producing more ores and strators. Now, obviously we're still kind of funneling strators into our storage, so that's probably slowing that part down a bit. And it looks like our steel pipes are the slow factor for creating strators right now. Okay. will speed affect it at all, or is it just a matter of amount? Looks like just a matter of amount. Now, obviously, when this, gets filled up with the steel pipes, all the rest will be going towards, here to make the strutters, which, obviously, we won't have a reduction in overall, production line, but okay. I think we can just kind of let those go right at this moment in time. Um, yeah, we'll leave those leave those be for now. Let us go and deposit all those leaves and wood that we chopped. Put that over here. There we go. Oh, damn it. I accidentally pushed 5 on the pipeline there. There we go. Okay. Throw the wood in here. Okay, let's see. Well, I think the next thing that I'm gonna want to do while I'm waiting for the motors to, get to 26 so that I can, take care of that real quick. I can start, I can start building up, my conveyor belt Mark IIIs. So, which, we can just kind of do like one at a time for right now. Put that on standby for right now. Put you on standby. You know what? Let's do it this way. I'm going to be getting a lot of the solid biofuel, but that's fine. You know, I need to kind of redo this anyway. I want to be able to get the a better storage. Matter of fact, let's fix that like right now. So. Okay. Now we want industrial storage. Okay. Then put those in there. Now we'll throw all of those in there. Don't have any in there. Let's see, we're good on that. Okay, we got that Mark III done. Good. Now we'll do industrial storage. Oh, it's saying that I've been playing for 4 hours. Okay, looks like that's about as close as they're letting me put the storage in. There's that. And there's that. So now all the lines should be Mark IIIs. So now we can go ahead and start these back up again. Now, am I gonna, think that we're gonna have a lot of, biomass storage in here? Probably not, but you never know. But, because, we still got a lot of storage here to fill up first, so. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, these are all Mark IIs. Ooh, that's going to be a little problematic if I shut everything down to change those. Okay. Well, right now we're at our 4 hour mark. So, um, we're currently working our way for, getting some motor set up so that we can get the oil processing milestone taken care of. And it looks like I just need 10 more to go to kind of get that done. But I'm going to, in this next part, continue working on um, replacing the my Mark II um, uh, all of my Mark II um, conveyor belts that I have with the Mark IIIs. So, but that's, obviously that's not going to be super exciting or anything along those lines, but, you know, it is what it is. Um, I think I'm also, well, I can't remember if I'm making bombs for exploding this up. Not sure. Can't really remember if I'm doing that yet or not. Um, so might do that, in the next video, or at least seeing if I have the explosives necessary to blow that up. Um, you know, and then uh, once I get that milestone up and running, then I'm probably going to look into uh, seeing what I can research. So that's probably going to be the next um, you know what I'm going to be doing in part C of today's stream. So stay tuned for that. But that's going to be it for this particular video recording. So if you liked what you saw, leave a like and subscribe. That would be fantastic. Um, you know, uh, check out the description for multiple links um, down below. Uh, for various resources or things that might help me out directly, or um, if you want to join the community, there's multiple links down below for that. Um, Now, in terms of um, of the channel, if you're interested, check out um, just check to see all the other playlists that I have and all that, and see if there's anything that might interest you. But yeah, that's going to be it for this particular session. So I want to thank you all for stopping on by, and hopefully you enjoyed. So I'm going to go and stop the recording now. And we're going to start up the next part of our recording. This will be basically part C of our part 9, basically 9C of our satisfactory journey. So, um, now, in the last video, if you know, weren't here for the stream, or if you missed what I just said, on my live stream or whatever, this part I'm going to kind of focus on changing all of my Mark II conveyor belts that I have into Mark IIIs. I'm waiting for like about 10 more motors to be produced, so that I can get the oil processing done. Well, 9 more motors now. And um, once I get the oil processing done, then I'm probably going to be kind of looking into getting uh, I want to kind of take care of some research if I can. So, but first things first, I want to shut this down so I can start replacing the, um, what I have here with, um, Mark III lines. So, I only want to shut down this one, leave this one active for, try to keep the power going. Um, so So we're just gonna wait for this to kind of filter all the ore, down the line. It's gonna be a little interesting trying to connect everything back up again, but let's see. Let me get to a better vantage point here. Alright. So we're going to take out that and that. Then we're going to put another one back in. There we go. We'll do... we'll hold off on the splitter for right now until all the ore is gone. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. And splitter. Then we'll put a line from there to there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, damn it. I don't necessarily want to lose my overall positioning, but will that work? Not really that tall, but I don't think it really matters. Okay. Then remove that. Just so I can get a line from there to there. There's that. Get rid of lift, get rid of that. Get rid of that, get rid of the lift. Was that the right height? I hope so. Nope, not that one. Okay. And there we go. And then right there. And right there. And that should be good. So now I just need to turn the coal back on. There we go. And I should be good there. Okay, I see some coal dropping down into those. Good, good. Coal's dropping down in those. Good. I think I saw one drop down there. Yep. And over here. Yep. Okay. So we should be good. Alright, next. Okay. Let us get up here. And we just gotta wait for the coal to filter on out. I only wanted to do one at a time because obviously, you know, this is supplying quite a bit of power, and I don't want to. I don't necessarily want to lose that, or you know, I don't want to have my entire grid fail just because I'm shutting down all the coal from all of the. Um, so. Almost. Almost. There it goes. Alright. And now we want a splitter. There we go. And then we can at least put that line in. Let's see. Dismantle that. Dismantle that. I'll put these back in. There we go. And now put you there. Put you there. Okay. Break down these Mark IIs. I hope those are at the right height. Okay. And there's that. And there's that. And we should be good to go. Okay, and starting it back up again. Okay, saw coal entering from there. One coal there. One coal there. One coal to the left. And one coal to the right. Okay, we're all good. Alright, so all the, our coal generators have the Mark IIIs already established, so we're good. Now let's see, where do we stand on here? I think I just need one more. Yeah, I do. So once I get one more, I'll just kind of wait here to get the one. And then we'll go and process or get the oil processing done. I think I hear the production of said motor coming. I can kind of hear it off in my right ear right at the moment. There it is. Hydrate. Okay. Let's go turn that in. Going that way. Towards the hub. And there we go. And there is our oil processing. Done.
Milestone reached. Crude oil can now be extracted and refined to produce various industrially beneficial parts. The byproducts of these processes will require careful management, but a capable pioneer such as yourself surely understands that.
Of course.
To improve efficiency, pipelines can now be optimized with valves to limit and balance their throughput.
Really?
These were
Okay.
initially left out because Fixit did not want to overwhelm pioneers with complex pipeline management, but they have since
Okay.
been re-added after my impassioned defense of your capabilities.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. All right. Okay, so clearly, we're uh, you know, to get to this point with a modular engine and adaptive unit, I need to really kind of ramp up our production for motors. I mean, modular frames and wire cables are already good. I don't know what I'm going to be needing for the plastic. Um, Apparently, I need a refinery um, to handle it. So um, now, um, it would be kind of interesting to kind of mess around um, with the locomotive. See uh, see what we're doing there. Um, so, hmm. Now I'm kind of wondering here a bit. Hold on, need another drink. If I do, said, you know, locomotive, am I gonna have to do like well, it doesn't look like there's any way for me to do um, it doesn't look like there's any way to do a split on the railway based off of what we have here. So, hmm. Aha. Okay. Mark 2 and Pump 2. Blueprint Designer Mark 2. Okay. Still not quite sure what the use of that is. Um, we'll have to wait and see. Um, okay, so we need to kind of wait for all those motors to be built up. Um, Rubber is definitely going to be one that we're going to need to kind of work on. It should have enough industrial beams and modular frames to start this up. The steel beams I don't really want to use that much of right at this point, so the fluid packaging is probably just going to have to wait for right now. Oh, and that is a lot of refinery needs right there. So, okay. To be honest, I'm not quite sure um, which of these I really wanted to kind of go for. Um, yeah, let's just go with this one for right now. Um, you know, it's not going to be um, it's going to take a while with the need for 50 motors, but while I'm kind of scanning around for the oil and the like, you know, we can let it kind of build up, you know, some more motors back at the other base there. So at least for the time being. Um, okay, so next part. Um, okay, yep, looks like crude oil is the only new thing on there. So what have we got? Uh-oh. Nothing. Oh, okay. Oh boy. Okay. Put some there. One there. That is quite a distance. Into fairly potential, like, major, um, you know, going out here, you know, is encountering some fairly deadly individuals. Going all the way out here, oh yeah. I'm going to be facing a lot of enemies that are going to be out there. Okay. Um, Here, let me transport myself to other parts of my overall factory and do, you know, scans and see if there's anything like somewhat close by or closer. But I have a sinking suspicion that there isn't going to be. I feel that spot there and that spot there is going to be like the only spots in my list. Oh, okay. Got something up there, huh? That's still quite a distance away, and I've already faced off some pretty nasty guys up here, but if this is, you know, I don't know, um, I mean, this is closer to my base here, So, you know, it'd be a lot easier to handle this over here than this over here, for example. Or this over here, even though, you know, technically I have like a sulfur plant going here and a quartz plant going there. You know, I haven't really pushed that hard over into this area, and while there was quite a bit of oil being shown over here, one of the things that, you know, I noticed out of the refinery was that, you know, I might need water in order to, you know, handle some things. So, you know, this next to, you know, potentially some water here might be in my best interest. So, we're going to go over here and we're going to, you know, run another scan. It's probably going to give me the same exact, you know, locations, but I mean, if I can find, you know, other locations as well, then, you know, that's fine. I mean, those are also very spread out as well compared to what I think I saw up here, and definitely over here. These were very concentrated. So, did I already gather up all this? Don't know. I can't really remember. Um, yeah, this is gonna take a while. Okay, so next thing I want to do, I want to go back to the. Um, Let me head on back to, um, you know, over on the right-hand side there to get more of the, um, you know, I want to grab the cable and the steel plates and put that in for the jetpack at the very least. You know, I know that I have a lot of storage, you know, already kind of set up with both of those, you know, ready to go. So, or what I thought I had storage. Oh, yeah, okay. I definitely, yeah. Definitely need to rework that area. Okay, let's see. Nothing in there. Just get rid of that. And then, let's see, we'll throw those in there. And then we'll grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the milestone. And then we'll grab 2 more stacks for just overall need. So there's that. I'll head on over here to handle all the cables. So, you know, we have essentially 2 stacks already, but let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the milestone. I'm going to throw that one back in and then grab another stack. So I have 2 stacks on hand. So. All right. So and there we go. All right, so both of that is taken care of. Okay, so next what I want to do is research. Now, obviously, I don't have any spare hard drives available to scan in right at this moment in time. I mean, I have the resources. Let's just finish that off.
Rebar gun and iron rebar ammo unlocked. Your ingenuity towards preservation of fix-it property has been noted. You earned a micro break.
Oh, thank you.
And welcome back.
Oh,
Hope you feel refreshed.
Very refreshed. Very refreshed. That was a nice micro break. Okay. Okay, so I don't have, or I haven't really been working on making the crystal oscillator or the high-speed connector. Don't even know. I don't think we can make those yet. And the fact that I have to use a crafting bench to make the crystal oscillators is interesting. But yeah, I can't make the high-speed connector yet. You know, clearly, you know, it would say like, you know, hey, you know, this is what you produced in kind of thing. So yeah. So clearly I can't do the hostile organism detector, but I mean, technically I don't really need that per se, or at least I don't necessarily want to worry about that. Still haven't found Sam, but we'll have to worry about that a little bit later. And clearly I can't do anything, you know, on these lines yet because, you know, I don't know what, you know, I don't know what the SAM fluctuator is all about, obviously, because I don't have the SAM yet. So we'll get there. Zip line. So we're going to be needing some wire. I think I still have some rebar on me because of what I found. Yeah. So, but let us go and see. If I remember correctly, I did produce something, you know, build up something up here. Let me confirm that real quick. So I think it's already producing. I think it's already producing some wire for me, potentially. So. I guess I could probably make a line out there to kind of start sending the resources closer to base, so I don't necessarily need to come back. I come all the way out here in order to check on this. Oh, yeah, okay. So I've been making all the ingots, but I haven't been making any wire. That's not great. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I need to change all um, the belts over to Mark IIIs, so we're gonna shut this off. Then we're going to get, let's see, power line there to there. And we'll do power line to there. And then we'll do this over to here. Then we'll do the quick wire. And then we'll do organization, storage. Put this there. Then we'll put that up like so. Then we'll do splitter up there. And then connect that over to there. So we'll throw all the wire into storage. There we go. 40 already. Nice. All right. Yeah, this is already a Mark III, so we're good there. Now, once this kind of gets cleared out, then I'll probably stop the smelter just so I can change these lines here into the Mark IIIs. You know, I still have plenty of ore here, so it's not like I'm going to be running out, you know, to get wire there. So, but what we could do, while we're kind of waiting for that to kind of clear out anyway, is just build a line out to um, kind of build a line out to the base. It's, it's a long way, and, I don't necessarily like the idea of having to build a conveyor belt all the way out there, but at the same time, I don't necessarily see, a better alternative. So, I'm basically gonna put, at the very end of the line out, you know, back at base, I'll probably just make another storage just so that, the the wires that are coming out here will just kind of get stored away closer to base. Running out of steel beams. Yep, ran out of steel beams. Damn. Okay. Well, I still have the storage over here. That should be still kind of stacking up some. Should, but it's not really. Alright. Okay. Okay. Basically gonna kind of put it right next to the other storage with the steel beams. Might actually be able to kind of put it in, might be able to kind of just attach it directly. Let's see. I can. And there we go. There's another, well, area for, or, storage for the wires. So, Now, most likely, like, well, um, I mean, I need quite a bit of wire in order to take care of the next step um, um, of the research, concerning that particular line anyway. So I don't know how much I need again. I think it was like what, like about. I think it was like 200. I had 200 total, or 250 or something like that. If I remember correctly, it was like 100 for one, 100 for the second, and I think 50 for the third. So that's what I'm gonna kind of aim for. So, all right. Oh, I'm just gonna grab this 300 because I'm pretty sure that's the amount that I need, or more than enough that I need for what I want to research. So, ah, damn. I was kind of hoping that I could jump over it. There we go. Okay, so here we go. We now have zipline.
Zipline unlocked. When equipped, the zipline facilitates travel along power lines, regardless of whether the line is powered. Note,
Wait, what?
based on previous Pioneer events, Fixit recommends not using zip lines during thunderstorms and typhoons or
I
while drinking coffee.
I mean, oh, wait, what? Through thunderstorms and sure, that sounds reasonable enough, but while drinking coffee, huh? All right. There's the 50 that I was kind of talking about before.
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite, atomically, exciting. That was a physics joke.
You don't say. Oh boy. Okay. And then there was the next 100 that I was. Okay.
New Caterium research options available. Congratulations on finding this metal.
Okay,
Many
thank you.
Fixit initiatives will benefit from Caterium's applicability in advanced engineering. Also, it is probably not sentient, and so unlikely to feel pain as we exploit it.
Oh, thanks. That's something that I didn't necessarily need to think about. Okay. Okay, so some more um some more wires needed there, and that's fairly easy to come by, so that's no worries there. Power pole Mark II. Oh, okay. Handy. Aha, there's the high-speed connector. And we need some, well, oil to handle that part. But, you know, we're still getting a lot of wire for both of these two, so basically need about, 500 total. So, I can kind of continue down both of those lines and see what I can unlock. So, let me, let's see. Did I did come by some wire there, so let me grab that. In my, just, uh, you know, um, harvesting of crash sites and stuff like that. So, but not enough to get, the other two research yet. But we can see how we stand, how we fare on the one storage so far, because it's making a lot of wire really fast. So, although eventually it will run out because I didn't go back and fix um I didn't fix um the resource. So let me go do that right now. Done enough for the one research, but not enough for both. So I don't know what the AI inhibitor is talking about. That sounds quite concerning. To say that I need an inhibitor for the AI. Um, Especially seeing that I have yet to deal with anything concerning AI yet, other than you know, what's kind of been told to me via the ADA, anyway. Uh, just kind of leave those alone for right now. Yeah, okay, so let me do, let me do this. That way, it doesn't necessarily clip anymore. Alright. And then do that. Do that. Although technically I don't really need to put the, ore back in here for now. Like I could just put the um I could just, put this line directly in here. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and do that. Eventually, this will be, drained of the ingots and stuff like that. So, I can, you know, break that down eventually. But we can go ahead and start this back up again. Okay. Now we should be good. So let's head on back and get the um, get some more research going. Ugh, the tree. Made it. Nice. Whee! Alright, grab all that. I can at least research the two without, worrying too much about the petroleum. I don't necessarily want to go and try to tackle the petroleum yet without, trying to get some research done. Try to see if I can get some useful, helpful tools out of it all. At least that's the plan.
Power pole Mark II unlocked. This provides additional power connections compared to the Power Pole Mark I.
Oh, okay. What's this all about? The AI limiter.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Okay, that didn't tell me anything. Okay. Okay, so eventually I can make the AI limiter. Aha, okay. Combining wire with copper. Gotcha. Okay. Power switch. Enables, disables the connection between two power grids when switched on and off. Okay. Not quite sure why I would want to have something like that. Like I feel like I'd want to have like all my factories going all at the same time. Like I wouldn't necessarily want to have um like one um one area shut off while the other is working. Like I'd rather have like everything working all at the same time just so I can make sure that I get all the, resources that I want to have. Or, that's the idea anyway. Hmm. Right. I need the refinery or the oil in order to make the high speed connector, aka right there. So okay. Hmm. Well, okay. I'm I'm kind of interested in seeing what I can do, like, seeing if I can get the um, copper set up so that I can get the AI limiter being produced. Um, you know, um so yeah. But for right now, I guess we'll just kind of hold off on that for now. Um, hmm. Okay. Yeah, this line was already done. Let's see. I can try to do a crafting bench for the fabric, or for some of this fabric anyway. Let's see, it's 25. We got 50 here. We got 10 there, so total of 85. Okay, wait a minute. That's 50, or that's 100 right there plus the 35 there, so 135. 135 fabric. Okay. And I know that that kind of requires those, if I'm not mistaken. So fabric. Right, I need um, the biomass, which don't think I have any spare biomass just kind of laying around right at the moment, at least in theory. Okay, wait. Um, ooh, okay. It takes quite a bit of biomass in order to make the fabric. I mean, I have a lot of the biomass, so it's not that big of a deal, but still, the fact that, 200 of the biomass, I was able to get, 40 fabric out of it. So if I'm doing 135, I'm going to be needing um, basically 3 stacks of biomass, or 3 more stacks of biomass, I should say. So there we go. then I need to see about finding a copper node next to the um, next to the Criterium so that I can you know, start seeing if I can make those AI limiters. So I'm just going to make as many of these fabrics as as possible, with what I have. Okay, there we go. Okay, now parachute researched.
Parachute unlocked. Fixit appreciates your willingness to descend rapidly to perform your duties, but damaging Fixit property is a breach of contract and will have unpleasant consequences. Improve descent efficiency by combining the forces of gravity and drag with a parachute.
Okay, I can't do anything with this, and I need some more rotors in order to, or no, yeah, rotors? Yeah, rotors in order to get that extra hand slot there. So let's go and grab some more. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the two over there are making the reinforced iron plates, so that's not really that useful for me. Um, there we go. Throw that in there and just grab 2 sets. Because I still use these from time to time with other builds, so. Alright, there's that.
Tool belt expanded. The latest data indicates that the mycelia possess sentience. Don't worry, we have been given permission to harvest and repurpose their remains.
Oh, thanks. Alright. Let's see. I don't know if I'm making. I don't think I'm making the Nobilis. I don't even know if I'm making black powder last time, if I remember correctly. Can't really remember if I am or not. So, and obviously we can't do anything with this because of refinery. So, And well, maybe we can do. Maybe we can research the gas mask. Can we research the gas mask already? Let's see. It'd be kind of cool if I can research the gas mask. Just saying. I can. Nice.
Research completed. Gas mask and filter unlocked. Micellia fabric is highly absorbent, making it more effective at toxic gas filtration than the standard issue Pioneer helmet. A pleasant pine scent is included. Gas filters require regular replacement for optimal safety.
Oh, fun. Alright, so I guess, when I'm going through the poison clouds, it degrades the filter over time, and I have to, replace it eventually. So, alright. Still haven't found any of the purple power slugs, so nothing I can do about that. Let's see. Can I make a power shard already, or no? Doesn't look like it. So... One power shard made. And research overclocking.
Overclocking development completed. Power shards can now be inserted into all buildings to increase input and output speed. Underclocking is also possible. Note: power consumption of overclocked buildings increases exponentially.
Fun. Okay. Okay, so need more rebar in order to make the shredder rebar. We got enough silica to make the blade runners, whatever they are. What are you? Exoskeleton for the lower legs that assist movement, allowing pioneers to sprint faster and jump higher. Also dampens impact of landing. Nice. Equipment slots legs. Nice. Okay. Well, let's go grab the silica that we have. And get that researched.
Blade runners unlocked. Equipped to run faster, jump with greater force, and decrease fall damage that might otherwise have lowered your value to fix it.
Oh, thanks. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Right. Okay. I'll need to look into just making these. I mean, I have a lot of cable. Well, the fact that, you have to only use a crafting bench in order to make them, and the fact that it takes one per minute, that's gonna be a pain. Basically, it's gonna take, what, 50 minutes to make all 100 of these? I don't really want to spend that time to do that. So we'll wait until we can see if there's like something else that we can use to make the crystal oscillator. Um, so okay, let's see. Okay, I mean we have some spare sulfur on us right at this moment in time. We can't do anything there um, without the petroleum or the oil. We might be able to do that if I have black powder being constructed, but I don't know. I don't know if I do or not. Can't really remember if I started that up yet or not. But this I can probably do as well. So let me get some more encased and the modular frames. I have sulfur here, so I can just come on over here and grab those. As well grab those as well. Okay, so let's see. Encased, right. Which, if I remember correctly, I don't have been shipped out. I don't think I have it being like shipped out to anywhere nearby the hub. So it's all back at the the my coal construction area. Basically my second base, I guess you might say. Alright. Now let's see. How are we doing on motors? 35? Okay. We'll leave those alone for right now. Yeah, and I don't have any on me, so. Okay, throw those back in there. Throw that in there. Alright. Let's see. I need some more modular frames. I don't think I'm making any of those out here. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I don't think I really have the facilities to make said modulars anyway, so and then once we're done with the research that we could do, I'm going to do some equipment builds, or if I can anyway. Oh no. Have I only been building up the modular frames just to be used to make the frameworks? Ooh. If that's the case, then I don't know if I have a spare set around. Yes, there's nothing up here. Oh boy. Well, this is a bit problematic. I don't think I have any spare frames anywhere. Let's check over here. I don't think I was making any spare frames over here either, but I was. Whew. Okay. That worried me there for a second. Let's grab about 3 stacks of them. Alright. Yeah, I had thought that I'd set up a place where I was making them, you know, on the side, but I just didn't really remember exactly where. Alright. Let's see. Can't do anything here. Okay, research that.
Research completed. Experimental power generation research options are now available. These may enhance performance of other fuel sources.
They may? Are we sure about that? Compacted coal? Hmm. Okay. Let's see. The fact that they require hard drives in order to research these is... I'm not sure if I really want to go for that or not, but... Okay. Let us look into where I stand on the black powder. In the meantime, let me go ahead and put some of the resources that I got back. see. Throw that back in there. And then put that in there. Then let me go and put the ingots into the storage so it can be smelted into the wires. And then we'll look into the black powder situation. So damn it. Missed my jump. Oh, thud. Alright, for the time being, I don't really need any of the wire on me, so I'm just going to put that back in here for now. We'll put that in there. There we go. Okay, and we'll just kind of let that go for now. Now, before I go, is there any copper ore super close by? $600. I mean, yes and no. This would probably be the better choice of getting the AI inhibitors or AI limiters, because if I remember correctly, this is the other node that's there. Yeah. So this area right there might be a good spot to kind of try to do the AI limiter. So, okay. Okay. Next on my list is black powder. How am I doing on that? Oh, I gotta get rid of that tree. Oh, thud. Okay, it looks like I have a wire from the looks of it going out there. So it looks as though I'm starting some kind of production out there. Maybe. Calm down. There we go. Okay, so I do have a miner going, or a miner that's up there for the coal. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I did not start any kind of production on this though. Gotcha. Okay. Why was I doing foundry? Oh, because I wanted to try to see about making the if I wanted to make the um not this let's see. Oh, I'm missing rotors right at the moment. Um if I'm not mistaken, if I want to make not the black powder but um the explosive, I need to use the steel pipes, which means I need to get some iron ore up here in order to make the steel pipes to build everything. So, and iron ore nearby. Relatively close, not by much though. Okay. But no, I'm not anywhere close to making any kind of black powder right at this time, so. Okay, well, we got our work cut out for us. Um, okay. So, we have basically kind of two paths to kind of work towards, I guess. We can either try to go the black powder path, which, you know, would probably be easier overall. Oops. Um, or you know, we try to really kind of focus on getting that oil set up, um, which is going to take quite a bit to like get out there and um, get everything kind of established and electronics and so on and so forth. So So I don't know. But I mean, I do need that petroleum going. So it's just going to be a little rough with all the potential enemies that are going to be out here. So let's see. What do I need to make a zip line? A Xeno Zapper and 5 quick wire. Damn. Put that away. Okay. Gas mask. What we need. Fabric. Okay. Slows down your fall when activated in mid-air. Okay. Silica and rotors. Rebar gun. Okay. So basically a handgun, even though it's, I mean, technically, you know, if it's a rebar gun, it's meant more for construction, but, you know, whatever. Let's see, gas filter. Coal and fabric. Okay. So it looks like I'm gonna need, let's grab the silica out of there. I need the coal, I need the fabric. Let's see. I think that's... Okay. I need one Xeno Zapper to make the zipline. Oh, right. I need the quick wire. Oh, I'm running out of... Well, I'd prefer the gas mask over the parachute. There we go. Okay, so I need rotors. Oh, here, let me go get the rotors anyway. Yeah, there's the filter, although again, I don't know how much I might need, or like how much the gas will filter. So that's going to be an interesting process there. That's wood. And leaves. we have a lot of rotors over here, so might as well grab like about 2 stacks worth. There we go. Okay. Let's see, zip line. All right, still need the wire. We can make the blade runners now. There we go. Let's see. Right, fabric. I need a better way of making fabric, I feel. Like, I kind of wish that there was something that I can... there was like something else that I can use to make it. Maybe once I get the oil, maybe that will help in that regards. So, so obviously I'm not anywhere near making the gas filter right at this moment in time. Right, and I'm completely out of the overall fabric as it is anyway. So let's go and let me go and make some more. I have enough to make 40, so might as well make it. Okay, and there we go. Okay, now, oh, wait. I want to do that. We'll make a single parachute just to see, you know, like, hey, I might need it. I need some wire, and I think that is pretty much it for the most part. I mean, I guess I can make the Novelist detonator. I mean, I don't really need the object scanner right at this point. At least not yet. Or at least, you know, I don't necessarily want to use it yet. I'm not really looking for all the other spare resources. So, let me go and grab some wire. Let me go ahead and put these on my legs. Put this on my back. Although, not quite sure how to deploy it. Would be kind of nice if they kind of give me a description as to, you know, how to deploy. Instead of, you know, trying to learn it on the fly. It's not exactly something that I'd want to do. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Interesting effect with the whole parachute. I guess I didn't really need to go out all the way out here for the wire, because I am sending it out to close by, but I kind of wanted to see how to kind of do how the parachute kind of works. If it has some form of durability, I'm not necessarily seeing it right away. So that's interesting. Yeah, thud. Ah, pff, into a wall. Whoops. Okay, I am definitely running faster and jumping higher. So I mean these legs are nice. Appreciate the legs. Let's see. Zip line. Here we go. Okay, is there anything else? Not really. And I don't necessarily want to be, I don't know really how much damage the rebar gun would really do. So I think I'm going to hold off on building that for right now. Um, let's see. Let's go ahead and put the wire in there for right now. We'll put the fabric and that in there. Is there anything else that I could like research or anything? Black powder. Yeah, no. Yeah, nothing we can do with that there. Haven't found any of the purple power slugs, so can't really do anything there. That's all done. We need fabric to make fabric. um, and that's it for that. And then, let's see, we need the AI limiters in order to make that, and we need the petroleum for that. So, Was I wrong? But I thought I swore that I saw at some point in time, like, I mean, we have how many rifle ammo? Did I not at one point in time see, like, potential for a rifle? Ah, there it is. Of course, under the black powder. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and let's see. We need to get a refinery. Refines fluids and solid parts into other parts. Head lift 10 meters. Allows fluids to be transported 10 meters upwards. Has both conveyor belt and pipeline input and output parts so that a wide range of recipes can be automated. Ooh, and I need meters for that. Or the motors for that. Yeah. Okay. Oil extractors. Need motors for that too. Fun. Okay. Um. Okay. Power pole Mark II allows for 7 power line connections. Aha. Okay. I mean, I kind of want that more than the Mark 1 now. Let's see. We're gonna need to have some copper to handle all these. Fluid buffer should be good there. I'm probably going to be wanting to do some hypertubes to kind of get out there eventually. 6 hours, huh? No, I'm going to do, we're going to go ahead and end this video here, part C here. But we're going to kind of work on getting the next part of this, which is like there was 3 nodes of oil extraction out there, so getting an oil extractor going, or getting probably all 3 of the oil extractors might be necessary. Just in case, let me grab 3 water extractors because I might need those. I don't know what a refinery can make, so we'll put 1 down for right now, but I might need more. Grab the power pole just to kind of show it. Gonna need some more steel beams. Gonna need some more pipelines. We're gonna need some more iron pipes and probably some work for the fluid buffer. And then think we're good in terms of the everything there, except for the except for the steel pipes. So, but we're probably going to be needing quite a bit for like the hypertubes and stuff like that. So yeah. Let's see. A lot of steel beams are going to be probably be needed. Probably going to be needing a lot more cables. Throw that in my hand slot there. Not quite sure exactly what I can do. Okay, we can throw the coal back into storage. We don't really need those. Coal, silica, don't need those. I think we're good on everything else for the most part. Okay, so let us grab some more. Just grab a couple stacks of that. Then we'll grab 2 more stacks of these. Let me grab about 2 stacks of the wires too, just in case. I have enough concrete, so that doesn't really matter too much. Let me grab some more iron plates. There we go. Should be fine on the screws, should be fine on the iron rods. So I just need the steel beams and the steel pipes. Let me go grab those. And then I'll end the video for part C. And then for part D, we'll go and get ourselves some oil. So, that's going to be a bit of a journey. I'm probably going to want to set up like a branch up there to kind of go in that general direction towards the oil refinery, just so I can kind of get out there quick enough. At least that's an initial idea. Okay, so I'll grab a couple stacks of that, put that back in there, and we'll do the same for the oh, that's not the pipe. There we go. 1, 2, 3 stacks for that. Okay. I think that is about it. I think I'm pretty much good to go, I would imagine. So, you know, and I can get, you know, travel up this way to kind of get over here faster. So we're going to just go ahead and save it here. I might want to head over here just to see if I cleared this. If I did, I'll remove this mark next time, or in the next video, just for the hell of it. But if I didn't, then I'll probably come back to it after I kind of set up everything over there, because I don't necessarily want to be collecting resources that I might not necessarily use up there. So, but that's going to be it for this particular, video. So, leave a like and subscribe for, would be fantastic. Leave a comment. Check out the description for multiple links down below. Links that will help me out. Join the community. Patreon. Feel free to check out my other playlists and other games that I've played. Everything helps, so would be greatly appreciative of it. So, but that's going to be it for part C for this stream. So thank you very much for watching. Appreciate it. Thanks. Hopefully I catch you next time. Until then, take care and have a good night. Okay, and we're going to do one last hurrah. This will probably be the final video that I'm going to do for this stream. So, um, so we're going to do, in this, if you're catching this, at random in its own separate video, then obviously, you're going to be like, what do you mean? So I've already done about 3 parts already for this, to, going towards, making, I already built up quite a bit to try to, get, to continue progressing, nowhere near completing phase 3, so I'm not even gonna bother with that. Thought like maybe I'd put, work on getting the jetpack, but to be honest, with everything that I need to have, motor-wise, in order to make the, just to make the refinery and the oil extractor, well, I'm probably going to need all the motors I can get to kind of handle that. So, so we're going to take all those motors. And let's see. I think that is pretty much it. I think we're pretty much good to go for the most part. So I'm a little worried about, where I'm going, because this is kind of like outside of, my, everything that I've explored so far. So, so probably going to be facing out some tougher, um, tougher enemies out there. We'll see. So I'm going to check out this spot here, which originally was a crash site. I don't know if I cleared it yet or not. If I did, then I can remove that. If I haven't, then I'll come back to it afterwards. So, but we're good to go. So let's get going. And I don't have anything concerning the gas mask, so I can't really do anything there yet. I want to, I need to kind of work on trying to find a way to produce fabric a little bit better than what I currently have. So, Okay, yep, I've cleared out this um, cleared this spot out before, so I can go ahead and remove this, so I don't need to worry about, you know, that in the future. Okay, so just to kind of get a bearing, I believe that it's probably going to be in that general direction. Maybe, maybe not. Up that way. I don't necessarily want to go towards the cave. If I'm not mistaken, there was some like spider-like creatures inside there. Don't really want to go towards that yet. I want to try to get towards that beach. So, no. There we go. Okay. Now, if those one mobs respawn back here, then it's going to be an interesting time to kind of get past over here. Yep, they did. Let's see if I can just go around them and avoid them. Ah. Oh, way out there. Hmm. On the other side of that, huh? Well, hopefully there's nothing in the water. Okay. Ooh. It's coming over this way. Damn it. Stay away from me. Damn it. Gotcha. Okay. Any others? Yeah, okay. Okay, so first off, I kind of wanted to see what the refinery can make. Hold on, let me check this real quick. Oh, wow. Okay. 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 We're gonna make one there. Okay. Here, you know what? Let me put down a quick storage container just so I can put some of this, some of the things that I acquired that I don't really need on me right at this moment in time. Because another thing that I want to try to do is I want to just clear some of the brush around here. All right. All right. Should be good enough. Okay, now we want a refinery. And okay, I'm a little kind of confused a bit because so this is looking for polymer resin. Um, a byproduct of crude oil refinement into fuel. And clearly I need some water as well. But wait. Okay, so in order to make, or in order to get the residual rubber there, I need to get this, which will start producing, I pump the crude oil into here, it will make this fuel and the polymer resin. And then I can put the polymer resin to make the rubber, which I would need a second one of the refineries in order to make. What about you? You're also going to be needing the polymer resin and the water in order to make the plastic. Okay. Okay. Okay, wait. I can I can pump the crude oil directly to make the rubber and the heavy oil residue. I can do that, but I don't know what the heavy oil residue is or what I can use it for. Um, Further refined into fuel or petroleum coke. Okay. Hmm. I mean, I guess the residual fuel is could be handy, but I would need to have like what, like three refineries going here? You know, one to do, the direct to plastic and the heavy oil, and then, same for the rubber. And then I use the heavy oil to make the residual fuel. But here's a question. Where can I store that? Or does it, eventually just kind of build up and not, you know, produce any more after a while? Hmm. Let's see. Like, I don't know which one would be like the better option in this particular case. So, let me, you know, I can either do, the crude oil into this, which, will give me this fuel where I don't know where I can store it, and will give me this three polymer resin, right? And then I can then use the three polymer resin in order to make the plastic and the rubber with some water. So I would need to get some water pumps going um, in order to make both of those. If were to use the polymer resin, or from the looks of it, I can do um, I can have the crude oil go directly into making the plastic, and it will give some heavy oil residue that I can then change into the petroleum coke, which according to this is less efficient coil replacement, or I can use it to make the residual fuel, which I mean I haven't really been using. Um, I haven't really been doing anything concerning like vehicles or jetpacks or anything along those lines. So like I don't know how usable this is or like how much you go through it kind of thing. So not sure. Not sure like what the best route of this is. Um, hmm. Okay, this is saying it can make 20 per minute here. And this can also make 20 per minute. So it doesn't really matter, I guess, what method I use. It's just these um, hmm. Well, and anyway, eventually, residual fuel is going to be a byproduct. So, okay, this is going to be interesting. Let me kind of more point the refineries more um, in like this general direction. And then, let's see, pipeline. And okay. So that will make, let's see. Well, you use this to make plastic. And this to make the rubber. Or actually, no, wait. Uh, the rubber. There we go. And then, let's see, we'll do, create that there. Create that there. And then we'll do industrial storage over here for right now. And then over here. And then I'll store away the, plastic and rubber for right now. Let's see. I mean, maybe I can put some fluid buffers in just to kind of store some of the oil that comes out, but I mean, I don't really have anything to use it for right at this moment in time. Um, I guess I can, you know, put one more refinery down, and then we'll put the, um, you know, we'll have we'll just have the uh, you know, the byproduct just kind of go into the residual fuel, and then I don't know where I can kind of store it. Like, I don't know what I can kind of make it into. Hmm. So, I don't know if this is like the way of going about doing things, but oh, damn it, I forgot to bring along the wire. Damn it. Well, okay. I guess I'll just use the old, you know, the Mark 1 power line. It's not like I'm um it's not like I'm really dying to use the Mark 2. So getting this across the water is going to be interesting. Okay. I guess, you know, these don't really get hurt by the water anyway, so I guess we can just kind of work with what we got. Okay. Let's see, hold on. I don't necessarily want to go towards that one enemy um, that's up the coast. You know, not that I can't, you know, handle them. It's just, you know, I'd rather avoid them if I can. as those guys hurt. Interesting. Something to maybe look at a little bit closer over there. I hope I'm going in the right direction. Ah, it's guarding the yellow power slug right there. If I can avoid them, it would be fantastic. But they're probably going to chase after me, and trying to put down these power poles are gotta be a little rough. Let's see what we can do. Nice. Okay. Ooh, that is a lot of creatures over there. But that is the general direction I need to kind of go in. Let's see. Oh, that's a little rougher to kind of get. And I think I saw some of the those creatures that are quite territorial going down in that general direction. Yeah, there they are. Let me see if I can run past them again. I can. Awesome. Guess I should have probably left this one power line here when I went to go save that one, or uh, when I went to go harvest the one uh, crash site. Okay. Now, supposedly, that should be giving power to the oil production. So let us head on back and verify. See if it is indeed making plastic and or rubber. Just need to follow the line. Pardon me, guys. Excuse me. Oh, lost momentum there. Whee! Pardon me. Coming through. Whee! Oh, careful. I saw that on the cliff. Don't want to trigger those guys. Not if I can help it anyway. Okay. So it is making some rubber. That's good. We're sending some heavy oil residue through here. And I'm not quite sure what I can do with that. Because I don't know of any like storage that I can do for it. Or at least not any good storage anyway. Okay. So it looks like we are pretty much good in terms of supplying enough crude oil to make the rubber and stuff like that. The only problem that we have right now is the fact that you know eventually we are completely full on in terms of this apparently. Can I pull this out? No, I cannot. Okay. Then I'm not quite sure what I can do with this right at this moment in time. Because I don't know of any way that we can, refine it down into something else. So, and I don't necessarily have anything to, take that. Like I can't necessarily, um, uh, like where do I send it to? That's okay. We're all full on the heavy oil residue now. Is that gonna potentially cause me some problems? Because eventually, um, hmm. I mean, okay, it's still okay. So it's still pumping in the heavy oil residue in here. Um, and it will eventually fill up. The question that I have right at this moment in time is, will I get to a point where, this will fill up with heavy oil residue here and basically stop any other additional production? And if so, I need to find some way of removing said oil out. I mean, the only other thing that I can think of that I can probably do is the fluid buffer here. You know, just kind of maybe pump everything in. I mean, I guess that's one way of kind of doing it, but at the same time, um, eventually this will get full as well, you know, and I won't know where to put said fuel. So I don't know. We'll have to kind of wait and see, I guess. Um, okay. I mean, at least we're making some rubber and some plastic. So I mean, that's good. Um, Feels like I'm making a lot more fuel than I am those, though. So, the only other thing that I can think of doing right at this moment in time is just trying to send both of these back with me, um, just so I can get, or just so I can, um, um, have them closer to the main base instead of trying to travel all the way out here. Um, Although personally, I think I'd prefer more of a, you know, trying to like maybe use some kind of um, transport in some way. Maybe I can do that. I don't know. Um, But maybe for the time being, let's go ahead and let's see about getting a faster path back. Okay, let me put the hypertube entrance here. Get that up and running. And then get it some power. Whee! Blah. Alright. This will be a ways. And again, I don't know if I have enough I might run out of steel pipe. Trying to get this back. Put it up. Oh no, damn it. There we go. Yeah, I definitely won't have enough going all the way back. Okay. Yep, okay. Definitely won't have enough to get the rest of the way, so I'll have to go and grab some more steel pipes. So then come back to try to finish the job. Oh wait, I could just do this. Whee! Avoid all the enemies altogether. Now, question. Does it... If I was to suddenly kind of go right underneath... Interesting. The parachute cuts through... clips through the foundation. I mean, one would think, that the parachute, should, you know, get immediately cut off. Like, hey, I can't fly this through that. The parachute would, basically disintegrate or, cut yourself or, break to kind of, if you're going through that, obviously. But no worries there, apparently. At least currently. That may change. I would imagine, that would be something that they would probably fix, or at least it'd probably be a good idea for them to fix. So, okay, I think I'm pretty much good there. Let me go ahead and put some leaves back over here. Is this leaves? It's leaves, okay. There we go. Alright. Now that I have those pipes, we can go back to getting the hypertube fixed or set up. Pardon me, guys. Come through. I didn't need the parachute there. Thank you. Alright. There's the pipe there. Oh, I don't necessarily want it cutting through the ground. That would be quite annoying. So let's not do that. Now, I don't think there's any, like, I don't think there's any clear way down from here. Plus, doing a dive like that would probably be quite difficult for the tube. Oh, and I'm also running out of the copper sheets. Okay, guys. Come on. Kind of needed you guys out of the way anyway, so.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Oh, that's a little rough to kind of get to.
Play, play, play. Harmonize with us. We hum a simple melody into the effigy, yet we hear no harmony. It covers the temple in bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds. Scripture is needed. Consume.
A familiar pattern is emerging in your brain. Please assess yourself for signs of concussion. If necessary, a replacement pioneer will be dispatched. Work must continue. Replacement delivery schedule estimate. Error, years.
Yeah, ran out of the copper. I mean, it would be nice to be able to kind of go like straight down, but the length wouldn't be able to cover it. Like, I don't think the copper tube can travel that far down that quickly, so it looks like I'm just gonna have to kind of go the long way in R2. Um, and I don't have any copper sheets being made over here, so we're just gonna have to head on back towards the hub. So get the sheets over there. Oh wait, I'd wanted to try to build the line, the the tube all the way out here, didn't I? Oh, trying to build it down there is going to be a pain, and then try to have it merge with my current line. That's going to be a little difficult. All right. Whee! All right. Grab about 4 stacks of that. All right. Nope. All right. Let's see. Nothing in there. Had some wire right there. Could've grabbed it. Oh well. let's see. I don't think there's really anything else that I'm absolutely in need of right at the moment. Let me grab the rubber there so that I can kind of put it with the rest of the materials. Okay. We're gonna head back to the coal plant just so I can check to see how many motors have been made so far. And then I'm probably gonna climb back up the mountain so that I can put a you know, go up to this high point up here just so I can try to connect the hypertubes. You know, like put the juncture like right there, for example, and then I'll have to kind of go around over there to connect it with what I have. So because trying to bring it down and here to connect here when this has the potential for being a really large factory. Like, I built up like multiple levels, so I mean, I could be doing like, multiple sets of factories, like just by, the sheer volume here. Like, this could be like a major hub potentially if I want to do that. And trying to have the tube come down inside here would be nightmarish, so I don't really want to do that. Not if I can help it anyway. Only 34 motors. That's not great. We seem to have plenty of rotors. Okay, so we still have plenty more striders to kind of make for the most part, and because it's being kind of split off into 3 different avenues, that's why we're not getting nearly as many motors as I possibly can. But at the same time, I don't really know if there's really any other way for me. I would have to find another placement of building up the steel pipes. So yeah. Alright. Let's go ahead and use this all the way up. Whee! Okay. Now, let's see. We'll do Hyper 2 branch. Alright, there. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, I'm probably going to want to try to clear through some of the brush. Okay, there's the lake. And we want to try to get it all the way over here. Let's see. Now we're going up this way. Yeah, let's see. I think the angle here isn't necessarily great. Let me try that again. All right, let me maybe redo this entire bit here because I want to try to get it pointing to the right location. So pointing that way. So close. And yet so far. And connected. There we go. And unfortunately, there's no way for me to enter it. Okay. Let's see. Well, I still need to get, let me go, well, I need to get get a fair amount of supply for the rubber and the plastic. I don't know how much I'm gonna necessarily need, but there's still some clipping going on. All right. So, sort some of that. Let's grab 3 stacks of the plastic. It doesn't seem like anything's being made right at this moment. Because we're full up on the heavy oil. That's what I was afraid of. Okay. So I need to find some way of somehow like expunging the oil that I've collected so far to allow for more of the materials to be created, but I mean, I could keep on like, making these fluid buffers, but obviously that's, that's a short-term fix to the, to the problem. So, um, hmm. Okay, let's head back to the hub. Oh, clips to the ground there too. Not fun, not great. Another clipping right there. Oh, right through the tree. Going super fast right now. Alright. And then we're going to go that way. And that way. Okay. Now. So clearly I still need to, get enough motors in order to finish off the jetpack. Fluid truck picks up and delivers fluids at fluid truck stations. This process can be automated. So it can. Okay. Okay. Fluids packaging. This might be what I kind of need. Um, See, this is what I'm thinking that I'm gonna need to do. Although I don't know what I might need to do in order for get the empty canisters. I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna need to like construct those in order to like load it into the um, in order to put it into the packager so that I can get the packaged fuel. So, um, but if I can get the packaged fuel, then I can, then potentially I could just like store it away um, and then I can kind of use that as a, um, you know, I can use that for, more of the tractors and stuff like that. So, um, this is another potential as well. So, oh, but that requires a lot of motors in order to make. um, okay. Hmm. I was able to swap between the milestones there, but what happened to the resources that I put in for the other milestone? Are they still there? Did they hand them back to me? Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Um, Need that going.
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your
It's
pockets only for them to
still
spread across your suit.
in here.
Package
Nice.
and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles.
Nice.
For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Okay. Now, obviously, we can't do anything more until the pod gets back, but with this, we can see about, um, trying to, um, get more of the packaged fuel going. Um, Now, if I can, oh, I would love to be able to get this, but the 100 motors right at this moment in time is my limitation. I still have, you know, enough plastic and rubber, I think, to handle this, but at least I think. Yeah, I do. Um, okay. Let's get rid of those for right now. We don't really need them. Oh, purple. Remove that. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Clearly we don't make them here. Let's see. There it is. Oh, okay. We just need plastics in order to make the empty canister. Handy. because I'm already kind of making the plastics already, so I just need to get the just need to, you know, pull out a line, go into the constructor, have them, you know, make the empty canisters, you know, put them into the packager, you know, which is this. And I have plenty of resources for that, so we just need to make the one of them, so that should be fine. And then should be able to, you know, now I don't know like how much storage I can do with that, but we'll find out. I just want to kind of wait until the hub comes back. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me go see how we're doing on the motors. So let me go check on that real quick. Okay. Alright. Ah, not enough. Damn. Alright. Let me go grab some more of these. Let me grab about 2 stacks. Okay. And then let's see. We don't have that many more of these, so let's grab 2 stacks of those. Put that back. And then we'll grab 2 stacks of those. There we go. I mean, I could craft some on the crafting bench. Or, you know, the remaining 4 on the crafting bench. Oh, wait. I already have 50 on me. Ah, okay. Or, you know, I had some extra on me. Okay. There we go. Let's head on back. Jetpack. Start milestone. Throw in the motors. And launch.
Milestone reached. Fix-It has granted you the power of flight, provided you have a jetpack and the appropriate fuels. The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
Okay. And I just need 5 motors in order to do so. Okay. I got all the other materials ready to go, so let's go. I mean, there was 11 left back at the coal area, so we're gonna go back, grab those, grab the 11. Come back, make ourselves a jetpack. Or actually, I probably should save the 11 for making um, the fluid um, fluid power milestone, just so I can get that um, extra fluid buffer area. I mean, I don't necessarily need the jetpack right now. Granted, it'd be, quite handy. But I mean, I haven't even started doing anything concerning the concerning the packaging and stuff like that. So let's see. Yeah, we should be good. All right, let's go get that packaging done. Oh wait, do I have? I don't know if I have copper plating. I used quite a bit of it in that last. We can come on back if necessary. Alright, time to turn around. We're rolling this way. See, I need to come through here and, cut down these trees so I don't have to fly through them. Now, obviously, I slow down as I, am being pushed upwards, but I wonder, you know, does it get, if I have the tube go up so much that it basically says, sorry, you're trying to do vertical flight. We can't handle that, so you're just gonna have to go right back down again. I wonder if it does that. Oh, radiation level. Okay. Okay, so, what we need to do, this is gonna be, now that I see what I'm doing here, or now that I have, you know, Why did they have the fluid on the top and the materials in the bottom? Ah, okay. Okay, we're going to need to do splitter. And then we're going to need to do a constructor. And we use the constructor to make the empty canister. Oh wait, is this the right? No, this is the... God damn it. Wrong one. Wrong side. I mean, I'll still keep that there, but still. Put that over there. And then... constructor over here. And... yeah, that's not great. What is it clipping into? That's clipping into that? Okay. Oh, come on now. I was kind of hoping that I could avoid the clipping a little bit, but... God damn it. Okay. Come here, you. You're just getting in the way. Okay, and then... you in there. Then we'll throw the remaining plastic in there. Then... I need to kind of put it pretty far down so that I can keep, make sure that the pipes and the conveyor belts don't, get in the way of each other. The fact that and instead of side by side, they're like right on top of each other is a little irritating, but whatever. Okay, we want packaged fuel. And then now, can I put industrial storage out here on the water? Looks like I can. Okay, and now I need to give these guys power. Do I have... Okay, hold on. Take care of that. Then we'll do that to that, 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 all the way out to that. Okay. So now, we got the fuel being pumped in. Oh, right. Okay. And extra canisters. Oh, 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 no, not yet, not yet, not yet. Go back. Okay. And now, we should be pretty self-sufficient, I would imagine, because I mean it will keep on, making the plastic, which will make the canisters, which will be, sent down here to the packager, because we still got, fuel coming being pumped in. They fill up the empty canisters, and they get placed inside here. Now, I would imagine if I wanted to do something along the lines of like the um, like the truck stations or something like that, you know, um, instead of having the fuel be pumped in directly here, I could like do like a, um, I can like maybe put a, you know, uh, a junction there, and then just have the fuel kind of be pumped into um, a, refilling station or something along those lines. But yeah, we seem to be doing well now. It doesn't necessarily feel like I'm um, kind of scrambling around to try to um, figure out some way of handling the fuel and allowing for the plastic and rubber material to continue to be made. So now obviously I'm collecting more rubber than I am the plastic, seeing that I'm using the plastic to um, make the fuel canisters here, but I mean, kind of need to do that. Now, one thing that I'm going to be kind of curious about is one, well, actually two things. One, how many stacks or how many, can go into a stack here? Is it going to be 100? Is it going to be 200, 300? What? Um, we'll find out soon enough if it's going to be 100. Um, yep, it's 100. Okay. So I was kind of hoping for a little bit more there, but whatever. The one thing that I'm going to check on next time, because it is getting late, I should probably pack up at this point, um, is, how much of the, obviously I can use this fuel for a vehicle. I have a tractor already made, and I'm kind of curious how much does it go through this fuel, you know, for driving. So, so something to consider. Um, so, but hey, we seem to be doing pretty, pretty well so far, I think, all things considered. Um, you know, got plastic and rubber being made. I got fuel being made. Um, there's other fuel spots out here, so if I need to make some more, like specifically like the fuel, for example, or the plastic or whatever, then I can always go and try to make, or try to find those other two spots that are out here to handle that. But um, I think for the time being, I'm good on that for now. Um, so um, the other thing that I'm going to be kind of curious about is the jetpack as well. Like um, how much fuel um, will the jetpack consume? How fast? That kind of thing. So that's something that I'll probably have to kind of test out next time as well. Um, and um, we'll need to continue on with our um, research, because with the plastic and the rubber being made, that should give us, you know, the more resources to handle um, more of the research. So, um, I'm kind of happy about this so far. We're moving along. Now, obviously, I haven't really gone so far in finding like hard drives or other resources and stuff like that. I seem to be getting some radiation damage from over yonder, so that's interesting. Um, um, Obviously, there's a lot of biomes out there that I still have to kind of explore and go to, deforest, blah blah blah. Um, but we'll have to kind of tackle that on the next stream. Um, you know, the jetpack is definitely going to help out on exploring a little bit more. Um, but that could also lead to its own problems. Um, okay, so um, I think um, the next stream that I do, though, I'm gonna need to do some cleanup. I have a lot of, um, just factory areas that are very little, very low efficiency. Um, you know, like, just looking at this, for example, you know, um, I need to fix this. So, um, you know, bring up the efficiency more. Um, so, um, I'm not really. I mean, you know, I'm not ready for conveyor belt Mark 4 yet because I I'm still trying to deal with, you know, the fact that I still have Mark 1 um, that are out there. So I'm gonna need to kind of do some work on cleaning up of um, some of what I have. Um, I don't think I really have any problems with power right at this point. So I don't really know if I really need to, you know, look into doing more fuel power generators yet. Um, but clearly I need to do some more work on getting some motors set up. Um, hmm. Okay. Um, this is I think in some ways I kind of want to try to work on um getting a railway going. Just so I can transport materials from one area to the next. Without having me to use like um, you know, uh, instead of using the uh, conveyor belts, I can just try to you know, build up multiple freight cars, and then have it, load up, the um, resources, freight, fluid, and um, you know, transport them across the map. So, um, hmm, interesting. Um, this could be handy. Um, although, um, I don't think our, um, what we have in terms of like the water extractor or the oil, extractor generates this amount in this amount of capacity for it. So not sure. Like these could be very useful, but at the same time, do I need them right now? Hmm. But um, yeah, I think we're good for right now. I think we're going to go ahead and then close on down. Clearly, it's telling me, hey, stop. So, um, yeah. All right, that's going to be it for today. We're going to go ahead and close on down. I want to thank everybody for watching. Um, like and subscribe would be fantastic. Check out the um, description for multiple links. Uh, you know, community-based, you know, links that help me out directly. Um, or various other like social media or whatnot. So check those out if you're interested in that. Check out the rest of my channel. Check out the multiple playlists that I have with all the games that I've played, all the games that I've streamed. So enjoy those. Um, leave a comment. You know, um, try to keep the spoilers to a minimum. If not, like no spoilers whatsoever, that would be fantastic. Or at least discuss what happened in the video itself and nothing anytime in the future. But that's going to be it. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.